Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning and a good afternoon to all from other time zones. Welcome to the very first Global Disciplined Agile Conference in the history of PMI South Asia region. I, Rashmi Mohandas, and Krishnan Nair will be your hosts for this conference. It is our privilege and pleasure to welcome you all on this momentous occasion. Over the last year, Disciplined Agile has grown in significance across the world. It has gained prominence in a very short span of time. We have lined up for you today distinguished speakers and pioneers of Disciplined Agile from around the world.
The theme for the Digital Agile Conference 2020 is Unlock Business Agility. Disciplined Agile is clearly about extending agility beyond a single approach. True agility comes from freedom to choose the frameworks. For the convenience of all participants, the conference has been split across 2 days, each day starting at 5 p.m. India time. Since the theme is Agile, let's have small sprints of project management sessions across these 2 days. With your support, we are confident that this conference will be a grand success and a great value add to the global Disciplined Agile community. Dr. Krishnakumar is the founder and Chief Executive Officer of TravelSpoke. With 18 years of experience in project delivery leadership, sales, account management, project management, business analysis, and change management, Krishna brings a unique positive perspective to project management. He was recently awarded PMI Eric Janet Project Management Excellence Award. I now request Dr. Krishnakumar, President of Kerala Chapter, to deliver the welcome speech. Over to you, Krishna.
Thank you, Rashmi and Jay. Dear leaders and friends, a very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you according to your geography. I am Dr. Krishnakumar, President of PMIKERALA. It's really a great honor and a privilege to be in front of you to welcome you all on behalf of Team Region 11, India, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka, to the first PMI South Asia Disciplined Agile Conference 2020. The event is co-hosted by PMI Kerala Chapter and PMI Pearl City Hyderabad Chapter with the support of other South Asia PMI chapters. Probably this is one of the biggest get-together in the Disciplined Agile history, where we have more than 3,500 registered participants from across the globe. We have participations from 58 countries. We have visionary leaders and inspirational speakers from Australia, Asia, Europe, and Americas. Truly an international event stretching the entire world. We have visionaries from various industries like information technology, healthcare, academia, construction, and so on. A real agnostic event. Founded in 1969, 51 years since founded, PMI delivers value for more than 3 million professionals working in nearly every country in the world. During the time of uncertainty, the marketplace and the businesses are changing very fast. The digital transformation that is going to happen in next 10 years quickly happen now. The question comes, is your business ready to make this kind of a change or ready to adapt to this situation? If the organizations are not aligned to this new normal, they will be out of the game or out of business. PMI has come out with one-stop solution for all these, Disciplined Agile, to handle all the challenges according to the context. According to Disciplined Agile, the organization need to be customer-focused and always think to make the customer delight. They need to have a very pragmatic approach and they need to be adapted according to the context the business faces. The focus should be on reusing these existing assets and optimize the delivery with the help of awesome teams. We need people-centric teams rather than project-centric companies. Let's hear from the great leaders what the disruption is going to come on our way and what are the effective ways of handling this. With this, I am moving to offer my voice of welcome to the esteemed dignitaries. On behalf of PMI region level, I would like to offer my voice of welcome to Sunil Prashara, CEO PMI, Dr. Srinivasan, Regional MD PMI, Al Shalabi, Director, Thought Leadership for Agile at Scale Programs, PMI, Stephen Townsend, Network and Engagement Facilitator, Project Management Institute, PMI, Krishnan, Associate Partner and Delivery Leader, IBM India, Dr. Krishnakumar Party, Associate Professor, Indian Institute of Management, Kozhikode, Director of Engineering Services, Townsend Technology Solutions, Dr. Kamala R., Assistant Professor, Department of Pulmonary Medicine, Government of Medical College, Hyderabad. Interestingly, we have all the founders of DA, Mark Lyons, Scott Ambler, and the founder of Flex, Al Shalabi, delivering the keynotes at a single conference. This is going to be so wonderful. Finally, to all the leaders, all the PMI leaders, Girish Kadam, our regional mentor, R11 PMI chapter leaders, PMI DA chapter champions, PMI R11 staff, PMI India staff, chapter development team, conference organizing committee, volunteers, and all the chapter members. And most importantly, every one of you who is attending this program. We could not have achieved these great things without you. This Disciplined Agile conference is a perfect example of DA principles and practices. Even though the inception of this conference started 1.5 months back, we started promoting this conference only after our R11 Common Ground Symposium, which was another huge successful event which happened 2 weeks back. And there were a lot of changes happening in the last minute. Some of our speakers fall sick due to COVID-19 and the team was able to find immediate replacements. There were weather red alert because of a cyclone in Kerala, where 50% of our conference volunteers were there. Since it is a live program, the team has to create the backup plans of each and everything to make this conference happen seamlessly. We initially expected around 1,000 to 1,500 participants, but it has been tremendously increased to 3,500 participants. The scale has been changed. The organizing team has a great agile mindset to adapt to all these situations and make necessary changes at every single point of time. Multiple trials have been taken and make sure that everything is working perfectly. Great teamwork and collaboration between both chapters of R11. An excellent teamwork, and it is brilliantly planned. All these things are going to be done by volunteers, and interestingly, this conference starts on a Volunteers Day, International Volunteers Day, that is today, 5th of December 2020. I am sure that you will enjoy this conference to the core. All are welcome to this wonderful event, packed with a lot of knowledge and fun. Let good things happen. In our local language, Nallan Sambhavikate. Thank you. Back to Jay.
Thank you, KK, for welcoming the Global Disciplined Agile audience to the first ever PMIDA conference. Well, quite a few of us were unaware that it was the International Volunteers Day today. Thank you for that as well. Dr. Srinivasan is the Regional Managing Director at PMI for the South Asia region. Srini has over 33 years of experience holding positions of Managing Director, CEO, Vice President at various organizations. It is a pleasure having you with us today, sir. We cordially invite you to share your opening remarks and flag off this event. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Rashmi. Greetings to all of you from the PMI South Asia Regional Office. I applaud the Region 11 chapters for creating this important and valuable platform. And more than that, I applaud the over 3,500 of you who've taken the time to be part of this event from nearly 60 countries. It is just amazing. And that too on Global Volunteers Day. So I think there is perfect cosmic convergence. I applaud you because your timing is impeccable. Business agility is one of the most important CEO and CXO topics with most organizations today. Many of you have heard me say this before, I'll say it again. Virtually every senior executive that we meet across industry sectors tell us that business agility is in the top 1, 2, or 3 of their board agendas. I also applaud you because your timing is very good in the sense that we at PMI have big plans for DA in 2021 and beyond. Let me just share with you some examples of what we're thinking about in the South Asia region, the R11 region. Number one, we want to help create more demand for people with agility skills, people like you with skills in agility through DA, through other certifications. We want to help create that pull by working more closely with organizations to try to solve business problems using the DA framework, and thereby building the confidence and the value of DA in the eyes of senior managers in most business organizations. And by doing so, we hope to be able to create greater demand for people with agility skills like yourselves to be able to come and be part of those kind of organizations. So creating demand is really one of our top priorities. The other aspect, number two, to help create the pull is to work more closely with organizations to co-create internal requirements for agile project managers. So for example, a master project manager designation, if you will, within an organization that is based on agile. So we want to do that because it'll, as you can imagine, it'll create not just the demand, but it'll create opportunities for professional development for many of you within your organizations, in other organizations. Number three, we want to work more closely with our chapters to give them a more prominent role in helping reskill and upskill their members in DA. We've already started that work. We have a lot more to do, but we are committed to working more closely with chapters to help them with the means to be able to reskill and upskill their members, particularly in DA. And last but not least, we want to work more closely with our training partners to make these courses available and attractive to the market by working with them on marketing events, by working with them on case studies, and so on. So we want to work collaboratively with our chapters, with our business organizations, with our training partners to help drive demand for DA-based professionals, for DA-trained professionals. And we think that we are just at the beginning of this wave, and we want to be there with you to ride this wave. So thank you very much for making time for this. Thank you once again to the chapters led by Pearl City and by Kerala to make this conference happen. And I know that you will get tremendous value and insights from these 2 days. So thank you again and best wishes.
Thank you, Srini, for that very welcome speech. Thank you for that. Sunil Prashara is the President and CEO of PMI. Under Sunil's leadership, PMI has done major acquisitions in the agile space. The CEO publication has recognized Sunil as one of the top 20 dynamic CEOs of 2020. Under his leadership, PMI has won Silver Stevie Award for Corporate Social Responsibility in recognition of PMI's partnership with the United Nations. That's why PMI community pledged over 150,000 hours of service aligned with the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Let's now hear from Sunil himself on the Disciplined Agile movement.
Thank you, Sunil. The video sure threw light on the DA path offered by PMI. Thank you so much for addressing the DA audience. Stephen Townsend is PMI's Networks Engagement Facilitator. In this capacity, he enables PMI's thought leadership and knowledge activities, leveraging PMI's global community of subject matter experts. His contributions include the Agile Practice Guide, developed in partnership with the Agile Alliance, and the transformation of the PMBOK Guide, 7th edition. Stephen has worked within PMI since 1999 in the areas of member services, chapter community relations, business government relations, strategic alliance, and global development. Welcome, Stephen. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. And it's my pleasure to be here with everyone today to share with you some information around hybrid approaches to business agility. Thank you all for joining us for this important session. And I'm just going to switch on my slides here. There we go. Okay, let's jump right in. So we're here today to talk about the concept of disciplined agile. And in this specific instance, we're talking about hybrid models and where they may be applicable and relevant. And I want to start out with the explanation that regardless of the way in which you are delivering your projects or programs, the focus is the same of each approach. It's around ensuring that the outcomes are delivered so that the organization can drive its strategy forward. And I think borrowing from Disciplined Agile, the focus on discipline and understanding that is absolutely key. And I think discipline has 4 elements, and none of those 4 elements relate to the processes, the tools, the practices, etc. They relate to the mindset and the business focus of the project and program. To me, discipline has these 4 elements. The first is it aligns the team around a common vision of what they're there to accomplish. The second key piece is that discipline integrates the work of the team. So that's where the tools and the processes come into play, and it's really up to the team to decide which tools and processes actually help them achieve that goal and that vision that they're trying to accomplish. Discipline enhances communication and collaboration and creativity. So the tools should enable the team to ensure that they're communicating, that they're working together, that they're thinking outside of the box in terms of ways they can accelerate value delivery or mitigate risks that might occur within the concept of the project. And then lastly, discipline is around how do we optimize value? How do we make sure that we are delivering the most significant value for the customer as well as for the business? In this value delivery landscape of different options and different ways in which we can deliver strategy, we have a spectrum of opportunities for that value delivery. We can be more on the predictive side where traditional project management rests, where we look at defining all the features early in the process. We constrain change because once we've developed the full plan for the scope of work that we have to do, we don't want anything to disrupt that plan. And we deliver everything at the end. Agile, on the other hand, is very different. So Agile starts with a high-level concept that we develop over time using continuous feedback from the customer as we're developing it, with the hope that we can deliver incremental results over time that ultimately produce the total final outcome that the customer is looking for. And we use micro work and micro planning efforts so that we can prioritize the things that are most important to the customer to make sure that those are the things that we deliver first. And the space in which we're going to be talking today is in the hybrid space, how these two come together, how we have some level of discipline that allows us to plan out a scope of work, while at the same time we can use Agile capabilities to help us iterate and better understand with the customer so we can clarify requirements and then ultimately integrate the stabilized Agile elements into our more traditional process. So In order to do that, we have to tailor our process. We have to tailor our structure. And for those of you who are familiar with PMI's Agile Practice Guide, we actually have a tool called the Agile Suitability feature that can help you look at the characteristics of your project, of your team, of your organization, and help you decide which of these approaches might work best given the context in which you're operating. All of this is based on the individuals within the project team having the right mindset. And I always start with a slide targeting our practitioners to ask the question, do you see yourself as a change maker, as an innovator, as someone who is capable of thinking out of the box and adapting to circumstances as they arrive? And the reason why I focus on this is because in many organizations, as PMI has done its talent research over the past 10 years, we find consistently that your technical skills are important, but what organizations are really looking for are how do individuals think, how do they behave, and how do they lead, because that's ultimately going to drive their value to the organization. And it's really about the team producing the results, not the project leader, not the scrum master. It's the team working together. But the project manager, the team lead, the Scrum Master is key as the glue that enables the collaboration, the communication, and the engagement that keeps the team functional. And also thinking about how do we integrate our work within the rest of the organization. So that's really a key piece. Now, what makes up a change maker? So in my mind, again, there are 4 elements to that. Number 1 is being adaptive, so being able to change and pivot, but also being resilient, recognizing that you're going to have setbacks, there may be failures. How do you use that learning to help your team enhance and improve its overall performance and its overall capabilities? The focus is on outcomes, not deliverables. So you want to make sure that, yes, there is a deliverable that helps provide value to your customer, to your organization. But if that deliverable simply solves a problem but doesn't drive the business solution that the organization was looking for, then the project may be deemed a failure. So for example, if I'm delivering a software solution for my organization and I'm not thinking about how do I train people, how do we structure our help desk to help them drive value forward, then the organization may not achieve the value from that particular project. Software delivery project. We're looking to optimize for the organization, not the project. So we have to keep in mind that, yes, we have a specific thing that we've been asked to deliver, but we have to make sure that we are delivering value for the organization. And so we need to keep in mind that our project fits in that larger strategic context, and we need to make sure that we are also optimizing so that the organization achieves the long-term value. And then lastly, we're enabling change. Every project and program is about change, whether that's enhancing business efficiency, whether that's delivering value to customers, whether that's helping the organization to transform. So project management, program management is all about change. And so we are all, in essence, change makers within our organization, regardless of the types of projects that we work on. Now, to be a change maker, we need a mindset that helps us align our thinking, align our behaviors, align our leadership around how we help our teams collaborate, communicate, and function effectively. And so in this agile mindset, again, we have a focus on how do we help our team collaborate? How do we satisfy our customer? And how do we produce value? That's really what the 4 Agile values and the 12 Agile principles really focus on. And actually, if you kind of take the Agile label off, those values and principles apply as much to predictive or hybrid projects as they do to Agile projects. In what traditional project would you not look at how to enhance team collaboration? In what traditional project would you not focus on satisfying the customer or delivering value? You wouldn't. So again, it's not about which end of the spectrum you're on. It's about how you align your mindset to make sure that you are leading your team in a way that's going to help them deliver the desired value. And then agility is the other side of this. How do we sense what's going on inside and outside our organization so that, again, we can be adaptive and resilient and help our organization respond to change? Every project during its life cycle is likely going to encounter change, whether that comes from your customer, whether that comes from changes to your team composition or things going on in the organization, whether that's a new emerging technology enters the space where you have an opportunity to accelerate value delivery within your organization. So how do we look at accelerating value delivery as part of agility? How do we look at mitigating risks that surface as we're going through our projects and programs? And where's the opportunity for innovation that we can take advantage of? And also, the most critical element of both the agile and agility components of our mindset is how do we learn and how do we use that learning to help us adapt to ensure that, again, we're delivering the value that is critical for our organizations. Now, that agile mindset and behaviors, again, if you think of it just as I use Scrum and Scrum is Agile, that's not necessarily the case. So Agile really focuses on, do you reflect in your behaviors, in your leadership, in your engagement and collaboration with your team, the types of behaviors that facilitate engagement and collaboration. And PMI worked with MIT's Consortium for Engineering Program Excellence to explore, is the application of the Agile mindset and behaviors limited only to Agile projects? So we took the Agile manifesto and the values, and we asked project practitioners across the value delivery spectrum, do you reflect this mindset and these behaviors in your delivery of your projects and programs? And what we found is there were a number of project teams that used traditional delivery methods, but that reflected the Agile mindset and behavior. So again, if we lock ourselves into thinking that we can only use the Agile tools, techniques, practices in an Agile environment, one, we're missing the boat because Agile is not about the tools and techniques and practices. It's about the mindset in which you approach a project and work with the customer to deliver value. But it's also wrong that that mindset and behavior don't apply to traditional and hybrid environments, because they do. So what are some of the collaborative capabilities that are key here? Now, the concept that I'm presenting here, we're familiar with the build it and they will come kind of concept. In this particular instance, I call it designing for success. And here, just as we have a project plan that we develop at the beginning of our project, where we're taking the business case and we're looking at how we're going to drive value forward, we often don't focus on how do we structure the way in which our team is going to operate. How do we build those ways of working that are going to help our team be successful? And so again, in our research with MIT's Consortium for Engineering Program Excellence, we identified 4 collaboration enablers that are key to help any team be successful. And these should be part of the discussion during the planning phase, because you want to build the right internal structures that are going to help the team collaborate and help you implement the plan that you select. So how do you make sure that you have people with the right skills and capabilities, continuous and fast learning attitude within your projects? How do you ensure that you're using the right types of tools and processes and integrated methods that are going to help your team, regardless of whether they're a business analyst or a financial person or a customer service rep? How are they going to speak the same language and coordinate their work together? From an organizational perspective, how do we ensure that we're leveraging the knowledge that exists within our organization to help us accelerate that value delivery and utilize our executives to help us overcome barriers? And then lastly, there are unique elements of each of our specific projects that we have to think about. So what's the outcome that we're trying to deliver? Who are the stakeholders, and how are we going to help ensure that we're engaging with them in a way that's going to help us deliver the right process and the right result that the organization is looking for? And we know that there are specific capabilities that can help us build this critical agility into our planning and into the execution of our project. Some of these agility capabilities are around strategic focus. So how do we quickly respond to strategic opportunities? And how do we integrate new business capabilities that we build as a result of our projects into our development so that we can use them on other projects to help accelerate value delivery and deliver stronger results? How do we bring the customer into our team to help us ensure that we're delivering something that's of value to them? How do we accelerate value? So for example, how do we use shorter decision and review cycles so that we can deliver more incremental value so that our organization benefits much faster than they would if we delivered everything at the end? How do we use the right tools and the skills that we need to drive things forward? And how do we manage change and risk? All of these are part of the planning tools at the beginning, developing those ways of working that help the team ensure that they can implement the plan and they can adapt and change as they need to. Now, it's important to understand that, again, wherever you are in the value delivery landscape, whether you're using traditional project management, whether you're using Agile, whether you're using hybrid, if you don't have a strong project delivery focus and capability, the likelihood that you're going to experience problems and challenges is key. So again, the right organizational culture and delivery capability is key. It doesn't matter whether you're using Agile capabilities or whether you're using traditional capabilities. A lot of the same failure factors apply. Now, we're going to actually talk about how did organizations utilize hybrid approaches to help them deliver value to their customers and drive their organization strategy forward. And I have 3 examples that I want to share with you very quickly. The first is Cisco Systems. Cisco Systems realized that their core products, the ones that were really their key revenue drivers, were subject to the likelihood of being disrupted by competitive forces. So if you're the top leader, you may decide to rest on your laurels and hope that a competitor doesn't emerge. Cisco realized that there's going to be a competitor who's going to disrupt us. So in that instance, why aren't we focused on disrupting ourselves? Why aren't we looking for that next technology that's going to replace what we have now and have us be the ones that develop it as opposed to reacting to a competitor who develops that technology first? And so they realized that they needed to internally disrupt themselves, not wait for a competitor to do it. Now, there were forces against change within the organization. So imagine you're responsible for significant Cisco hardware that generates billions of dollars in revenue. Do you really want to see another business division in the organization develop a technology that's going to reduce the market for yours? Most likely not. On the other hand, any new innovation also runs the risk that everybody wants to get on board. Everybody wants to be a part of it. Everybody wants to have a say in how that technology is going to evolve. So you may have too much love as opposed to threats and efforts to undermine what you're trying to do. And so Cisco realized that if we're going to disrupt ourselves, we actually need to spin outside of our organization a team that can explore these new opportunities without all of the internal constraints, without the constraints of existing business units trying to undermine their work and at the same time other units trying to get involved and slow the process down. And so they created this concept of spin out, spin in, where they spin out a team within their organization as a separate entity. They have 2 to 3 years to develop a minimum viable product. And in that time, as they get their MVP together, their team is developing their own way of work. So the team really has control over how they're developing that next idea or concept for the organization. Again, bringing the customer, bringing suppliers, bringing new technologies into the conversation. And when the minimum viable product is ready, they spin back in that entity. So they merge it back into Cisco, bringing the talent and the knowledge that's going to help them accelerate commercial delivery to their customers. Using this, Cisco has generated a couple of new billion-dollar ideas, recognizing that they have a lot of competitors in their market, and they need to be the ones to innovate and disrupt themselves as opposed to waiting for competitors to challenge them. British Telecom had a different challenge. They needed to very quickly be able to develop new products and services as they found that their traditional cable telecommunication services were being reduced. And so they wanted to keep their customers engaged with them, and they realized that they needed to have a series of new capabilities that would keep their customers aligned with them, because they not only had other cable telecommunications companies to compete with, but they had mobile companies and satellite companies. So for them, the issue was, how do we reduce our time to market but maintain some level of business discipline? Because everything had to operate on their cable telecommunications platform. And if anything disrupted that platform, their business would be negatively impacted by that. So they needed to have a level of discipline to make sure that nothing would harm that platform, but at the same time that they had a capability to help them deliver accelerated value. So as you can see in this particular chart here, at the bottom, they had gate reviews. So something entered the portfolio and the project was initiated. There was a business case. There was a trial with a minimum viable product, and then there was a decision to launch and go to market. So that kept the traditional infrastructure to make sure that there were constant reviews before a product hit the market. But in between those reviews, there was rapid prototyping and refinement using customer engagement. So their alpha customers were the customers that wanted all the new products with all the bells and whistles. So they were there to help the team innovate between new entry and M1 gate. And at M1 gate, there was actually a very, very minimum viable product. And if the decision was made to go forward, then the project team actually brought in their beta customers. And their beta customers were their heavy users, the ones who found all of the loopholes and the hack opportunities and found defects that impacted the delivery of the service. So using their customers between M1 and M2, they were able to further refine and improve the product, so that by the time they hit the M2 gate, they actually had the product that was going to be delivered to the customer. And then it was a matter of, as in DevOps, how do we implement this on our system effectively so that we can launch? Using this hybrid model, again, a combination of a very clear gated process with iterative development in between, British Telecom was able to reduce their time to market from 18 months to 3 years on average to 7 to 9 months. So they lost none of the discipline associated with traditional development. They enhanced their ability to deliver value by using agile tools and techniques to iteratively develop and improve a minimum viable product with their customers. Now, who would think that government would use agile processes in its development? But the Royal Australian Navy did. They had a need to develop a new sophisticated and integrated sonar capability that was better able to determine whether something was sea noise versus another ship just passing through, or a true threat that the Navy would need to respond to. Now, that technology involved a completely new capability. So they needed to work with 3 suppliers to develop this new technology. And they realized that there's a risk in that new technology. So it might be delayed because it's going to take the suppliers a little longer to have the components work in an integrated fashion, and then ultimately to secure them to the ship's other systems so that the information would feed into those systems. At the same time, they had to deal with the complexity of having to install this new technology on a ship. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar with ships, they need to be brought into port every 3 to 5 years for major repairs. So that's everything from repairing rust and damage to the hull, to installing new electrical systems, to improving the onboard conditions, whether that's crew quarters or some of the other capabilities within the ship. And that process can take anywhere from 12 to 16 months. So when a ship is brought in, they cut a big hole in the hull, and they make all of the repairs. So the crew that was going to install this new equipment had to work around the existing crews that were doing all of the existing repairs. So they needed that integrated capability to ensure that they weren't disrupting the overall repairs. At the same time, they needed to mitigate the risk of the new technology not working. And so what they did is they had risk workshops while the government was going through the review to approve the project or program, because they knew that as soon as they received approval, they would be expected to start work on the project. And they knew they had to manage that risk and complexity up front. So using these workshops, what they decided was we're going to take the approach of what they called fit for but not with. So what that meant is while the new technology is being developed, we're going to input into the ship while it's in dry dock and while all the other repairs are happening. We're going to put in all the infrastructure, all the cabling, all the racks, all of the things that once the technology is done, we can just plug and play into the new infrastructure and not have to worry about, again, how we're going to set that up in the ship. So that was their first risk mitigation effort. The technology might be delayed. Let's not take the risk. Let's put the infrastructure in. And then they developed that new technology in a very iterative way with the suppliers working in collaboration. So that meant they needed to negotiate with them because there were proprietary elements of their equipment that they needed to share with each other. And so they built a relationship with the suppliers so that there was a comfort level in working together to develop the solution. Now, while they were delivering this project, there was actually a delay in the ship that they had targeted to pilot the new technology. So because they had this fit for but not with strategy, they were able to very quickly pivot to a ship that was near its repair completion process, very quickly install the equipment and get it out to sea. And by the time they got it out to sea, they actually had the technology that was ready to be installed in the infrastructure and to be tested. So their risk plan actually helped them succeed in delivering the project on time, within budget, and meeting the objectives that were established. So they were able to manage the risk and the complexity using a hybrid model. So I hope these examples give you some insight into, again, from a value delivery perspective, it doesn't matter what approach you use. Your mindset, how you lead, how you think, and how you behave are key in helping your team collaborate to use tools and processes and structure to deliver the right result, and to use that agile and agility mindset to help you pivot and adapt so that you can deal with elements of risk and complexity. Now, I want to end with the fact that PMI has solutions for wherever you are in your value delivery capability. Everything from thought leadership and networks. So is there a paper that talks about hybrid? Yes, there are actually resources on PMI.org and projectmanagement.com where people are talking about and sharing information and case studies around how they use disciplined agile, how they use hybrid techniques to deliver their results. We have things that help professionals develop, from our array of certifications to the resources that you're going to learn more about today related to disciplined agile, to Brightline to help you think about change and transformation associated with your projects and programs. And we have a range of other tools and resources like our standards, like our PMBOK guide, like our snippets, like our navigator, like our podcast, where you can learn more about the tools and techniques that can help you successfully deliver your projects and programs. So again, I thank you all for letting me join you today and be a part of your experience. And I hope you have an awesome day of learning because I know that our chapter leaders have done a fantastic job of preparing an excellent workshop for you today and tomorrow. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be here with you today.
Thank you, Stephen, for that wonderful insight, many of which actually were new to us. So especially we really like the way you told that Agile is all about mindset, know that tools and techniques, and also it is very interesting to see how not only organizations but even governments should take the Agile way to really move forward in the new world. And so one interesting aspect was when you go the agile way, the focus is on outcomes rather than on solving the problems, which most of us, when work on small projects, we see that how to solve problems in different sprints. But the focus has to shift from there to this is really an agile way wherein we focus on the outcomes for the business, which the business is looking for. Thank you for that. And really one thing which was very interesting for me, especially, was the Cisco story, which is how the spin-offs and the spin-ins happen. Very interesting way, because it's very difficult to make a change in a very big organization like Cisco, wherein if you want to make those changes very fast, the easier way is to spin off a smaller entity and make those gains and then spin back in and make those benefits back. So that was a very interesting insight for large conglomerates how to operate in the agile way. Thank you for that, Stephen. We have a few questions for you, and I would like you to take them. So can I ask them now?
Certainly.
So, one thing is, especially this came with regards to the change makers. Okay? What are your suggestions for change makers working in organizations that have a culture of resisting change? And any suggestions for those who are switching companies for better alignment with the change makers?
So I would say that any organization that has projects or programs cannot be resistant to change, because every project and program is actually about delivering change in one shape, form, or fashion. I think what often happens in organizations is that within our project teams, we're so focused on producing the deliverable that we don't pay attention to what happens when we actually transition that deliverable, that new capability, into the organization. And so I think we need to work more as partners with the business leads that are actually the sponsors or the customer in our projects to better help them prepare their teams to take over the deliverables. So we need to think about the training elements. We may not take responsibility for that in our projects, but we need to help the business leaders think about what they need to prepare to help make sure that there's a successful transition of that deliverable into operations. And to be honest, the closure part of our projects is probably one of the weaker elements. So, there is more that we and our teams can do. And that, again, is why you have to think about optimizing for the organization. So you're delivering a solution for the business. You're not just delivering a solution for that customer. So we need to keep in mind that we have to enable the outcome, the business outcome that we're trying to accomplish, and work as partners with the business units to make sure that they are prepared for the change that is about to help them advance their goals and objectives.
Thank you, Stephen. We have a question regarding, could you please guide us on how to get more information on Agile suitability filter tools?
So if you are a PMI member, you actually have access to all of PMI standards via PMI.org. So if you go to PMI.org and you go to standards and you type in Agile Practice Guide, you will see a link that allows you to download the practice guide once you've logged in as a member. So take advantage of the fact that as a member, you have access not only to the standards in digital form, but you have access to the full library of conference papers, of journal articles, of PM network articles, case studies, etc. So please do take advantage of your membership and access all of that fantastic content.
Thank you, Stephen. That's a very good thing for all the PMI members. And my last question to you. So this is regarding the construction industry. Actually, this is a very question which came from the members who are working in the construction industry.
Okay.
So what are your thoughts on adopting a hybrid approach in the construction industry? It is experiencing a lot of frequent changes to scope and client requirements. So this is an industry which has been traditionally following some methodology, but like in the new ways of working. What is our guidance to them when clients are frequently changing their requirements?
Okay. I would say if you're looking for a good example of a hybrid approach, I would suggest that you look at case studies related to Heathrow's Terminal 5. Now, again, the transition from developing that new terminal to its actual operation was an example that you don't want to follow because they didn't address the business change and ensure that the staff that were operating out of that new terminal were ready to do so. But the way in which they approached the planning by going out and building their knowledge and finding out what usually goes wrong in these projects and then adapting elements of their project to better accommodate that. So they use different contracting mechanisms when they were procuring suppliers. They had a limited space in which they had to operate for gaining access to their supplies. And so they thought about how do we do this in a more agile way so that we are just in time resupplying what we need to build the next phase of work. So there were a lot of good hybrid components, the traditional plan, but also adapting to changes in circumstances on the ground that allowed them to actually be much more adaptive than most traditional construction projects are. But again, don't follow their lead in transitioning the terminal into operations because that's where things actually fell apart. And that again is where our role as change makers is absolutely critical in not just producing the deliverable, but ensuring that the organization achieves the intended business outcome and value from that deliverable.
Thank you. I think the point is very clear. The focus is on the business outcomes. Thank you.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you, Stephen. As a token of our appreciation, we have for you a green certificate. These are a perfect example of giving back. Follow the green initiatives. PMI has collaborated with Untitled Chapter Foundation. We have planted 2 saplings in the name of each of our speakers at the project Hasiru Sankalpa in Karnataka, thereby supporting 3 tons of carbon dioxide being absorbed. You can track the growth of these saplings planted in your name with the QR code available on the green certificate. We hope that, like your ideas, the tree will support and give shade to a lot of life.
Thank you again for the opportunity to join you, and have an awesome day of learning, everyone.
Thank you. Next, to add a unique value proposition to this conference and to bring up the sportive mood, we have with us our eminent knowledge guardian, Dilip, to conduct a dynamic quiz session. Over to you, Dilip.
Thank you, Jay. So, let me share this. Okay, hope it is visible for everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this 10-minute sprint of knowledge and fun. I am Dilip Viswanathan, the lead for the professional development portfolio for PMIKERALA chapter, and welcome again to a session of knowledge, fun, and speed. As you know, quizzing is not only a game of knowledge, but also a game of great agility. You need to be quick for winning a quiz. So here we are. We have limited slots. That's a bad news I would start with. We have limited slots for the game, and you should be quick enough to capture the slot. So I'm going to give you a QR code and a web URL. Once you see the QR code or the web URL on the screen, you should quickly use your mobile phone or your computer browser to log on with the event code you see on the screen. Once you join the game as a participant, we will start the game momentarily. Those who got the slot to participate, please be quick in answering the questions. Those who did not get the slot, please sit back, relax, and enjoy the game. So, without further ado, we are rolling now. I'll give you 30 seconds to join. Let's see who got the quickest fingers. Great going. I'm seeing a lot of participants here. Still a few people are joining, so I'm giving you more time. If I'm not waiting for the others, it would be not a good idea. So I'm still waiting. The QR code is on the screen if you are able to see that, or you can use slido.com, slido.com, and the event code is DACON. Since I'm seeing a lot of people joining, I'm just holding on. We have 400 now. Looks like I may have to give another 30 more seconds because at least if half of the crowd is there, then I can start. Okay, we just crossed the 500 mark. I'm starting the quiz now. So be ready. Okay, here comes the first question. So the significance of Nova, Prime, Feather, Peer, Name, Light. Great. We got 60, 110, 175 answers already. 225 people answered already. 300. Great. So time's up. 41% thinks that Nova, Prime, Feather, Peer, Name, Light, and all are leather goods manufacturers from India. And let's see what they are. Having some technical trouble here. Sorry. There is some technical trouble there. Okay. So let's check the correct answers. The correct answers are, they are cryptocurrencies. Okay. Only 16% said they are cryptocurrencies. And let's see who is topping the leaderboard now. We have Praveen topping the leaderboard. Praveen answered that in 0.05 seconds, trailing with Shashi and Ramakrishna. Great. Okay. So the next question. 1990s, one of these used the tagline not read by millions of people. Who is that? So while major newspapers boasted their mass readership and did everything to attract more, the economics.
No, okay.
Sorry. Okay. The correct answer is The Economist. So while the major newspapers talking about their readership, Economist actually bragged it was not read by millions of people. Okay, let's check the leaderboard. Okay, Ramkrishna, Praveen actually gone. Ramkrishna is actually topping the leaderboard. So let's move on to the next question. Afghanistan's new parliament building gifted by another country. Which is the country? Okay, we have 2 more seconds to go and the poll is closed. Now, let's see. 59% think that it is India, and that is India. Okay, 59% of you actually got the answer right. And interestingly, the leaderboard says that Ramkrishna is gone. Babu is on top. And Tirthajit is actually inching towards the first position. He is there in the last 3 questions, the leaderboard of the last 3 questions. Okay. Let's see the next question. This is a cosmetic brand of India, started in 1952, a request of a Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, to a prominent business house to manufacture beauty products in India. Okay, the answer is Lakme. 43% actually thinks that it is Lakme, but 47% voted for Himalaya. Okay, let's see the leaderboard. Babu is hanging on there. Now, we cannot see any of the other people who were actually on the list, the last 3 questions. It's pretty interesting. So basically, the prominent business house we mentioned here is Tata, and Jawaharlal Nehru was concerned that Indian women were spending a lot of foreign exchange money on beauty products. That's the reason behind he requested J.R.D. Tata to start a company to manufacture beauty products, and that was the first Make in India initiative. Okay. Next question. This company is called Tote when they started. But then they later changed the name. %45 thinks that Pinterest is the answer, but a great percentage is still going for Instagram, Flipbook, and Bing. Yeah, so the company is called Cold Brew Labs introduced an app. Sorry, actually I clicked the leaderboard. So now Babu is actually still hanging on there with 5 of 5 and leading the #1 position. And we are going to the next one. This is the answer. Leaderboard again. Sorry. Okay. Next question. The voting started now for the next question. This is started by William Liver with a goal to stop cholera in Victorian England. People who are actually not participating in the quiz, don't type the answers there in the chat box or the question Q&A box. Please don't start typing the questions and answers there. If you really wanted to participate, please go take your mobile phone or open a browser, type slido.com and answer the questions there. Okay? Thank you very much. And 40% thinks that Lifebuoy, and when the other 40% thinks that Dettol is the right answer, let's see quickly. Yes, Lifebuoy is the answer. Okay, so Lifebuoy is introduced by Liver Brothers in 1895 in the United Kingdom. It was originally containing phenol with a medicinal carbolic smell. So you may not see that Lifebuoy, that version of Lifebuoy or that variety of Lifebuoy anywhere in the world now. Lifebuoy changed its color and the smell and everything during these years. Okay, let's quickly check the leaderboard. Now Gaurav is leading. Babu is actually slipped to the 4th place, while Priyanka is in the 5th place, and Rafal is in the 3rd place. Okay, Ashish is actually quickly catching up. Let's see. Over to the next question. This is called backup. What was called backup? Interesting. Have you heard of backup anytime? Yeah, I know. Volini will get a lot of, but Vix will be the leader. Yep, Vix is actually leading, 65%. That's actually a very good thing. Vix is leading and Volini is actually just behind that. Okay, let's check the correct answer. 5% voted for Google, which is the right answer. Okay, so Backrug was the early search engine from 1990s, which is now regarded as the predecessor of Google search engine. It was personally developed by and operated by Google founders Larry Page and Sergey Brin. Okay, Backrub was the old name of Google. Let's see the leaderboard. Okay, we have a new leader, Adi. It's coming up. Priyanka and Gaurav is still there. Ashish also is still there on the board. Let's see. Anything can happen in the next question. Okay, we'll go to the next question. Sorry. Okay, the next question. This is an Indian business group. Started operating in Karachi and Mumbai, but they have set up an international operation in Iran. But they moved from Iran in 1979 when the Islamic Revolution happened and moved to Europe, which is this group. Okay, 49% thinks that it is the Hinduja group. Let's see the right answer. Yes, it is the Hinduja group. Yep. It's not a 100% Indian company. It's an Anglo-Indian conglomerate headquartered in London, and they also run a private bank in Switzerland. Okay, let's see the leaderboard. Yep, Priyanka is back on the top, and Gaurav is failing. The 2nd place is Ashish in 3rd. Adi and Babu are just behind. Yep. So there are chances. We still have a lot of questions to go. The next question. Those who love bicycles. You might have heard of the hardwood bicycles produced by a company. Which company is that? The hardwood bicycle is called Devo. Okay, most of you voted for 52%. That is, most of you voted for Harley Davidson because they are into two-wheeler business. Okay, let's see what is the right answer. The right answer is Audi. Yep, the Duo bicycles are from the house of your favorite car makers, Audi. Okay, that's it. And leaderboard. Priyanka is hanging on there. Ravindran is coming up from the bottom to the 2nd place, and Gaurav and Ashish is not going to give up. They are still failing there. Neena is actually a new addition to the board now. And towards the 10th question. This is a Coca-Cola substitute during the American trade embargo of Nazi Germany in 1940s. This is still in the market. The current version is created in Italy. Okay, 28% thinks that this is Thumbs Up because Thumbs Up is from the house of Coca-Cola. Pepsi is the competitor. 27% thinks that Pepsi is actually created as a substitute. But let's check the right answer. The answer is Fanta. Yes, you might find it very difficult to agree that the orange flavored drink was once a substitute of Coke. Yeah, but that's true. And let's check the leaderboard. Yep. Okay, Priyanka is actually hanging on there. Good going, Priyanka. So you got 9 out of 10. Nina is actually on the second place. Adi is still there. We have Danny coming up, Padmasri coming up. They were not in the list at all. When we ended with the 10th question, we have this list now. So that actually brings to the finish of this first sprint. Stay tuned. We will catch up again for another sprint soon. Over to you, Jay.
Hey, thank you, Dilip. That was a fantastic session. Let us regroup for another session of the quiz after the next keynote. Next, we have Krishnan, Associate Partner, Delivery and Delivery Leader at IBM. Krishnan, in his current role at IBM, leads project delivery for a large portfolio of applications for a global conglomerate. His industry experience is characterized by managing large, complex, first-of-a-kind, unique transformational projects involving latest technologies and using agile methodologies. He has won IBM Manager Champion and IBM Best Manager Awards. We welcome Krishnan to share his pearls of wisdom with the global disciplined agile audience. Welcome, Krishnan. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Jay, and thank you everyone for having me here. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending on wherever you are. So let me just try to bring up my slides. I hope it's visible.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So the topic I have today is business agility. And as Dr. Srini mentioned in his talk earlier, it is one of the top priorities for any CXO today in business. And today, what I'm going to do is to talk about 3 things. The first thing is, what are the factors that are leading to the need for business agility? The factors that are leading to the need for business agility among companies. Second thing is to look at how does this impact the IT organizations. This is something which I'm familiar with because I work in an IT organization. So what is it we see today among our clients as the impact of this business agility needs? And third thing, I'm going to see, going to talk about how does the current needs of agility and where does Disciplined Agile toolkit fit into the scheme of things. So with that, let me start with a question. Is business agility something which is new, or is it something which always existed in business? And to talk about this point, I would like to take 2 examples. So let me bring up a picture here. Okay. So many of you, at least who are joined from India, would recognize this specific photograph. So this is a model called Splendor, which was launched by the Hero Honda Motors in India. It was launched in the year 1994 by Hero Honda Motors, which is known as Hero Motor Corp today. And in those days, the frequency of launches or product launches were not as it used to be or as it is today. The frequency is much less. And this I'm talking from my personal experience. I used to work with this company at that point of time, and I had the opportunity to be actively involved in the launch of this specific model. So there's a lot of expectation, a lot of excitement among all of us when this launch is going to happen. And the D-Day happened, the vehicle was in the market, and there are a lot of customers who have been eagerly waiting, who bought the vehicle, and they were actually happy showing off this to all the people around. And we, from the organizational perspective, very closely watching the market or the field as to how the feedback is coming from the customers. And after a few weeks, the feedback really started flowing in. So while a lot of customers were happy about the product, we also received many complaints on the fuel efficiency or the mileage as is typically known in the market. And Hero Honda is known as the king of mileage. How can it have a product which has got a problem with the fuel efficiency? So we were really worried whether this is going to impact the prospects of this specific model. And what happened or what followed is a real frenetic pace of activities or actions by the company. So there are a lot of teams which are pulled in, the R&D team, the factory, the field engineers, the marketing teams, the dealer network. And a lot of things really happen in a very coordinated fashion, in a very quick manner. It is a clear demonstration of agility. Now, what did the company do is not of real pertinent thing to us in this specific discussion. What it matters to us is the agility at which the organization responded. And agility here just doesn't mean speed, but it was really flexible enough. The different components we typically talk about in agility, they were present. The flexibility to really quickly adapt to the situation, to come out with a quick solution which addressed the problem immediately, but sort of scaling up into a bigger one which addressed the problem permanently. And as the saying goes, the rest is history, because this happened to be one of the largest selling models in India and in many other countries. So that is one example where I really clearly remember an agility did save the day. Let me talk about a different area. May not be a tactical nature, but more of a strategic speed required. I'm sure many of you, or most of you, would recognize these brands which I show up on the screen. Siebel has been a very key player in the CRM space, and most of you would know Salesforce. So Siebel CRM was the leader or global leader in the CRM space in the 2000s. A lot of enterprise implementations, very good customer base. And in 2006, Oracle Corporation acquired Cisco Systems. And this specific product became a part of Oracle product portfolio. What I'm going to talk now is from my personal viewpoint as someone who has been a Siebel practitioner and who has been very passionate about this product. But there are many people in the industry who share the same viewpoint. And what we feel is that Oracle, after the acquisition, could not really decide what to do with this product, whether to keep it, to kill it, to merge it with something else. And a lot of precious years were lost in this whole process. And Salesforce, which is already growing up, really made a good growth in this specific period. It was able to ride the cloud wave and become a dominant player in the CRM industry. Now, what I'm speaking may not be the official viewpoint for Oracle, but the fact remains that Salesforce today is the leader in CRM space, and the competitors are not anywhere close by. So, effectively, what we see is that agility in business has always been a need. You take any decade, the agility in business to understand, act quickly, and come out with outcomes which customer needs have always been a real need in the industry and in business. But we need to really acknowledge the fact that a lot of things have changed in the recent past. In the last few years, we have seen changes at scale in a big way. And let's talk about those business changes, what have happened. The revolution in business, which the Uber, the Swiggy, the Airbnb, and the whole host of companies, the Amazon to the WhatsApp to the Facebook, the revolution in the business which these companies have brought in is a well-known story, and I'm not going to spend time talking about it. What I would like to touch upon is that the impact of this revolution, it has led to a big change in the consumer behavior. So I would like to touch upon some of them. And what does that mean to the businesses of today, the corporations or the companies which are operating in the market? What does that mean to them is what I would like to talk about. So the first one is what we call as an instant gratification, or I would call it as a mobile app mentality. So just imagine it's 12:30 in the afternoon, you're feeling slightly hungry, and you have a craving to have a favorite food, maybe biryani, or it could be a paratha, or it could be a Thai curry and rice, or it could be noodles, whatever it is. What you do is you pick up your mobile, you go to one of the food delivery platforms, you pick up the restaurant, you order it, you get it delivered, and you consume it. Now, what is important here is the time when you had the craving to the time when you consumed the food and had the gratification. It is not very long. So this is actually driving a concept of this instant gratification. And it is not just for food. Today, the consumers want that feeling in anything they are consuming, be it services, be it products, whatever they are customers for. They're looking for instant gratification. And this is driving a lot of pressure on the organizations to meet up to this requirement and to be really on their foot all the time. Let's talk about the second one. Very normal things which used to happen as a regular thing, a regular transaction, today is getting done in a very unconventional way. I do not know how many people identify the brand next to the mobile app picture. So let me talk about the situation again here. If you are in a city like Bangalore, and on a weekend, you feel like playing badminton. And there are a lot of badminton courts here in the city. Most of them you can just walk down in 5 minutes and you can find one. So you're all set. You have the rackets, you have the shoes ready, you have the friends ready to play with you. But the next action would be not that you will head towards the badminton court. You will actually pick up your mobile and open this app which is called as Playo and look for a court, and or rather you will look around for different courts to decide which one has got the best flooring or best slots to play, and book the slot and then make a payment on this particular application. So today, which would have been a normal transaction which someone would have just walked in and played, is getting done in a very unconventional manner. And if you really look at this unconventional nature of business, it is really spanning across different sectors and industries to an extent that all the incumbent players are really worried on the competition coming from absolutely unexpected quarters. Let me move to the third behavior. This is about customer loyalty, or rather the lack of customer loyalty. So just imagine you are a Paytm customer. You use this for all your digital payments on a very frequent basis. It so happens that you also have a Google Pay on your mobile, and you receive a message from Google Pay telling that we have a cashback offer. In the most likelihood, your next payment will be through Google Pay rather than Paytm. So companies today are really struggling to hold on to customers. And this is again another real pressure to build the customer loyalty and retain your consumer base. The fourth behavior, fourth example is the convenience. This is actually playing in every customer's mind what they would like to, whatever they would like to do, they want to do with convenience. So if you're an Airtel customer and you want to make a bill plan change, very unlikely you're going to go all the way to an Airtel point, fill up some forms, submit it, and wait for a few days to get the change effected, right? Or rather effected, right? You would rather pick up your mobile. You will not even call the call center of Airtel. You will actually pick up your mobile, surf through the different plans available, and make the change and expect that you can see that change in a few hours. So the convenience is really playing a big factor in the behavior today. And the last one the reward for speed. So as much as customers want things to be done quickly, they are ready to reward that speed as well. So be it a prime delivery or a big basket express delivery, to many companies who are really offering a premium service, a faster delivery at a cost, there is a value in the market to do things faster, and there's an ability to monetize that. And this again can be a threat as well as an opportunity for the businesses in the market. Right? Now, none of these things happen overnight. This has been always there, happening through the last few years, and that's why we are seeing that pressure for the businesses. And that is the reason for this talk about the business agility, as well as the VUCA world of the vulnerable, uncertain, complex, ambiguous business environment we are all working on, which has been a much talked about subject. And every organization has been trying to cope up, survive, and sustain in the situation. And then the last year, we had the pandemic happening. And this actually has thrown up a surprise or shock for most of the companies in the market. But it also has a lot of stories which we can talk about how many businesses and even the non-businesses reacted in a quick, agile, flexible manner, bringing in outcomes which solve the immediate problems while continuously getting things better on a regular basis or a continuous basis. Be it the way the PPE kit production got ramped up in different parts of the world, and India has been one major player. Be it the Zooms or the Microsoft Teams or any of those collaboration platforms scaled up to take more volume, even launching new features. And not to forget the telecom companies who have really built up their capability to serve a big customer base, the race for the vaccine, and the way the hospital and other care facilities have been ramped up. These are all stories of agility really coming into play. And some of these things are really going to stay in everybody's habit and mindset. So today, when you really look at it, what we need is an agile or agility mindset. It is not just about agility being a good to have or just being a need to be in business, but it is actually coming in as a mindset for everybody. And that is going to manifest in all different behavior they would do in their business transactions. And this is something which the businesses of today have to additionally factor in on top of whatever they've been doing. I would like to now move to the IT organization perspective. So because IT today is a big enabler. As IT organizations, we support the entire IT enablement for large corporations and large businesses. And a lot of their businesses are absolutely dependent on this IT infrastructure, which is sort of bedrock for them to run their business, meeting their customer demands. So let me talk about what do we see in the enterprise IT world. This is actually an inside-out perspective of somebody in the IT industry, looking at a customer. The customer here are some of the large corporations. And what is it we see changing at their side with all the background I talked in the previous slide. So let me talk about the first one, which is a mobile app modality. They're just the same point I mentioned in the previous slide. The enterprise customers of today, since they do a lot of those mobile application usage for the personal transactions, expect a similar experience when they come to the enterprise applications. So if I am a salesperson in the field, and if I finish a customer meeting and come out, I would like to open my mobile, record the transactions, record my next meeting or next meeting schedule, maybe send a message to my back office to get a prototype ready or get a shipment ready. And if I use the same application on my laptop, I do not want to have a different user interface or a different feeling. I pretty much want to have a seamless experience between these screens. And I want to see the data which I entered in one place coming up exactly like that in another place. So this is something which is sort of a basic expectation today for enterprise user. And if I'm a procurement person in an enterprise and I use a purchasing app, I would like to have the same intuitive graphic user interface which I see on an online store. And it's very different from the way we have built enterprise applications in the past. So this is something which we are seeing coming up from a lot of enterprise customers today. The second point, the value of IT. Now this is not, again, nothing new, but then today with a huge pressure on the cost savings and the spend, the value of IT or the return on investment on every dollar is being absolutely critically looked at. And gone are those days where customers have a patience to wait for years to see the return on investment. Typically, everybody's preference today is that what is my in-year savings for the money I'm going to spend, and how much I can really drive business values for every dollar I'm spending. So what it means to IT companies is that the time to market is a factor which we have to really be bothered about. And the solutions which we give should be absolutely effective and address the priorities so that every dollar spent is addressing a real requirement rather than just a nice to have feature. Let me move to the next point here. The technology as a differentiator. An example I would like to talk about is there are some of the telecom companies today which use drones for cell tower inspections. It is a combination of different technologies using imaging, the analytics, and a whole host of different technologies coming together, which helps them to inspect their cell towers from requirements in terms of maintenance, even usage, a lot of these parameters being monitored. Now think of a company doing this versus think of another telco who has to send an individual up all the way to the tower to look at some of these things. So these are clear cases where the technology can become a differentiator in terms of driving efficiencies, safety, cost, and really bringing up a competitive advantage in the market. And this is just one example, and then we see this trend across industries today. The next one, very familiar term on scalability and flexibility. The last thing a corporate today wants to get stuck is an infrastructure or an application which cannot scale to their dynamic business needs, or which is not flexible enough to adapt to the changing requirements in the market. And that's why we see a lot of case for the cloud, a lot of case for the software as a service. And the preferences for custom-built applications definitely not as big as it used to be earlier. There are a lot of change in the ways of working as well. The ways of working here is a different context from the ways of working in the disciplined agile terminology. What we see, the preference of working today among the among the corporate clients is that they want to actually see how the solutions are getting built for them. They want to be a part of what is getting built. They want to collaborate on it. They want to really co-create the solution to ensure that whatever is getting built is addressing their problems. And it is not just the IT department of clients who are getting involved. If you're actually building an HR application, we see the HR people coming in and looking at what is getting built and working together in design thinking workshops to build solutions which are addressing their specific needs. So that's again a change which is coming up. And let me jump to the last point, last and probably the most important point on security. And when all these things are happening, this is something which is not to be forgotten, and it's extremely important today because any gaps or vulnerability in security means reputation, loss of business, and a monetary impact. So what are all these factors driving the IT organizations today to? It is much more than having agility as a good to have or a basic need. It is much more than having agility as a mindset. Today, the need is agility as a culture. And this is a combination of different things. The speed, obviously, and an IT perspective, it's an incremental development, which can, again, adapt to multiple industries. So building something as in an iterative manner, a constantly evolving solutions which are flexible, because you don't want to build something and identify at the end of it that this is not what is required from the business at that point of time, because the business requirements changed. So you have to have your solutions flexible and constantly evolve to meet the business needs, and a focus on outcome rather than output. Stephen already spoke about it in the previous presentation. Outcome which actually addresses customer priorities there, rather than just an output where we feel, okay, I met the project milestone and let me sign off and collect the check. So these are some of the things which are really driving the needs from the corporates to the IT world. And today's IT organizations are somewhere in the journey of either having arrived here or trying to match up with this. So with this background, I would like to talk about what is that IT organizations need to do to match up to this. Whatever I have on this slide are familiar terms for everybody. The people, the processes, the technology, the tools, security, a governance mechanism which drives all this. A business outlook, because it is not just I'm in love with my technology, but I'm addressing the business problems. So what is so different today? If you think that what is the big deal, I have all of it. The difference today is that we need a glue here, which is a culture which is bringing all these things in an integrated fashion. Obviously, that starts with the people, that starts with the leadership, to really build a culture where all these elements work on an integrated fashion, and only that is going to really give you the results. And let me now talk about the last point. How does disciplined agile or any concept of that nature fit into this scheme of things? So while all these things are changing, and you can see whatever I listed as the basic requirements for meeting today's business needs, you will see a lot of these elements are there in the Disciplined Agile toolkit. So the answer is pretty obvious. What you need today are bringing these elements just like something that the Disciplined Agile toolkit do in an integrated fashion. And one thing we cannot forget is that as we make all these changes and move along, we still have a lot of legacy things still remaining in the corporate IT world. We can't forget that. We can't change that overnight because it does cost a lot of money. So which again is a good case for a hybrid approach. And it's also a good case for choosing the way you want to work, depending on your real business IT need, rather than force-fitting something. So I do definitely see that a Disciplined Agile toolkit is going to really enable IT organizations in addressing their current business needs. And with this, I'll wrap up my presentation. And if there are any questions, I'll be happy to take that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You spoke of the need for agility in business, not just in terms of speed, but also extreme flexibility, which is so relevant today. With consumers always on the lookout for instant gratification, businesses have no other option but to stick their foot on the accelerator pedal. It's either that or lose their consumer base. Thanks to all these, as to have, but has already evolved a must-have aspect of every business. So we do have a couple of questions. Can I ask them now?
Absolutely.
As most of us have moved towards a virtual working environment during this pandemic, how do you think it has impacted the agile model of working?
Okay, I like that question. Thank you for asking that. See, this is definitely been one of the realities today. And typically, agile as a methodology, as we have all gone through in the past, there has been a thinking that it is typically a co-located collaboration. But we have really seen in the past a model called distributed agile where teams are distributed. And to address your question specifically, I would like to share my example, or rather my experience in the last 1 year. What I've seen is that my own team today is actually probably distributed across 40, 50 locations, that is their homes, in the last 1 year and working in the virtual mode. And what I would say is that if there are 2-3 factors coming into picture and being taken care of, one is that a good collaboration tools. Second thing is that a sense of responsibility among all the team members. And third is a culture which the leadership can really drive in terms of collaboration. We can still do a lot of agile methodology working, and we have really done that through the year. So I'm talking with that confidence. We can really do that even in virtual working mode if some of these factors fall in place.
Thank you. Thank you for that, sir. The next question that we have is, like you mentioned, cultural change is definitely required in the way agile adoption has to happen. So apart from enablers like, the Disciplined Agile toolkit, what other sort of tools would you recommend, or do you think are required to drive this?
I think more than a tool, because the moment you talk about culture, one thing comes to mind is the leadership, because leadership drives culture, or rather leadership has a big role to play in any cultural change. So I would consider that as the biggest ingredient when you're talking about a cultural shift, along with any set of tools you can bring in.
Thank you so much, sir. That was very enlightening. As a token of our appreciation, we have for you a green certificate that has a QR code where you can track 2 saplings which are planted in your name. Now, that's a PMI initiative which was done in collaboration with Sankalp Taru Foundation. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, and really appreciate the effort of the green certificate. Thank you very much, and hope everyone enjoy this conference and learn a lot from this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Krishnan. That was a great session. We will now have an interesting session of knowledge with sharing. I would like to invite the lead for the second session of this. Over to you.
Thank you, Jay. Welcome back. Can I have the presenter access, please? Okay. Welcome to the next sprint of knowledge and fun. Hope you are enjoying the sessions and getting an insight into the Disciplined Agile toolkit. Let us start our next sprint here. Before I start, a few things I just wanted to mention. A few people have answered the questions on the chat here and the Q&A here, and definitely on the Q&A for in the Slido page. Please don't do that. When you log in with Slido.com and enter the quiz game with the ID DACON, you will see the questions displayed. So please try to answer there. Okay. Before we move on, let's quickly check the leaderboard. We have Priyanka leading now, followed by Nina, Adi, Danny, and Padmashree. So we have a lot to go, and anything can happen. Anybody can come to the top. Okay. Before we move into the first question, in case you have any problem joining, you can actually close the browser and open it and join back Slido.com, or you can scan the QR code there. Okay, the next question. Sorry, I'm seeing some issues here. Sorry, there are some issues with the tool which we are using. It's actually reset, and I'm very sorry to say that. And we may have to go back, go to the next. We may have to go to the next question. So we will have Priyanka here in the leaderboard. Okay. Next question. Okay, Jay, can we go to the break now and let's start after break? Is that okay?
Sure, Dilip.
That is perfectly fine.
Yeah,
Now,
thank you.
yeah. So what we will do now is we will take a break now from the session, and please sneak in a snack, and let's regroup in 10 minutes to start again. Thank you all. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you have refreshed, and we will get back to the quiz now. Over to you, Giri.
Thank you, Jay. Sorry for that. Small glitches in the tool. So let's go back to track. So we actually have Priyanka as a leader now, and we have a couple of questions already flashed there. And this is the next question. This company was founded as a steel trading company in October 1945. So one of the founders immigrated to Pakistan post-independence, became the finance minister of Pakistan, which is his company. Okay. 32%, 33% actually voted for Mahindra and Mahindra. And that's right. So Mahindra and Mahindra was founded as a steel trading company in 1945 as Mahindra and Muhammad by brothers Hari Krishnan, Jai Krishnan and Jagdish Chandra Mahindra, along with Malik Ghulam Muhammad. So once Pakistan is formed, Malik Ghulam Muhammad moved to Pakistan and became the finance minister there. And in 1948, Mahindra and Muhammad changed their name to Mahindra and Mahindra. So that's the right answer. Okay. And we'll check the leaderboard again. I know the mix-up actually happened a little bit of a problem in the leaderboard, but I think most of the leaders are still there. Priyanka leading, Anuj, Adi, Dani, and Padmasri are on the leaderboard trailing. Okay. Now we will go to the next question. This is an interesting question. Procter & Gamble in 56 assigned Frederick Bohr to develop a product because the product is actually breaking. And Bohr spent 2 years changing the shape and the packaging. And one of the engineer and author of science fiction helped develop the production infra. Okay. Most of the people think that it is the Gillette Razor because Gillette Razor is a P&G product. Definitely. The others are also P&G products other than the Pringles chips. Okay. So let's see the right answer. The right answer is Pringles chips. Interestingly, the saddle shape of the chips, Pringles chips, is mathematically known as hyperbolic paraboid. And the designers reportedly used supercomputers to ensure that the chips' aerodynamics would keep them in place during packaging, and they have actually designed a cylindrical shaped packaging also. This is a classic example of heavily tech-focused solution to solve a customer problem in a non-tech industry, that too in 1956. So it's very interesting. Okay, let's check the leaderboard. Priyanka is still leading. Anuj and Adi, Dani, and Ramachandran Lakshmi is actually on the leaderboard now. The 5th place, new entry to the leaderboard. Okay, let's move to the next question. There is a red rickshaw revolution in 2013. So 3 women riding an auto rickshaw and departing from Delhi to Mumbai in 9 days. Which company sponsored this event? As part of what? We can just name the company. Okay, so 37% thinks that it is Eveready Industries because you know that Eveready, they are actually focusing on Give Me Red's advertisement campaign. So everybody is actually thinking that that might be Eveready, but the right answer is Vodafone. So Vodafone actually had this as part of the Vodafone Foundation in India to empower women for social development. Okay, leaderboard. Okay, Priyanka is still leading. Anuj, Adi, Dani, and Arun actually entered the leaderboard now. Good going. Next question. J.W. Foster & Sons, they are actually pioneered in running spikes, and they have renamed their spikes, the company, in 1950 after a species of Southern Africa. Which is that? %37% thinks that this is Puma because Puma is also named after a species of southern offshore species, but this is a specific species, And the answer is Reebok. The name originated from the grey Reebok, a type of antelope which is seen in Southern Africa. So Reebok is the answer. Let's check the leaderboard. Okay, Priyanka is not going to give it up. So leading with 14 of 14. And Anuj, Adi, Danny, and there is a new entry to the list, Ashish Sharma. Good going, Priyanka, Anuj, and Adi. Next question. Interestingly, put a tiger in your tank. That's actually an ad campaign. By which company, which oil company it is? Yep, that's up. 345 people answered, and 43% thinks that it is ExxonMobil. That was one of the best ad campaigns in the world. They actually gave away tiger tails to people who fill their petrol. So motorists all over the world were tying them, the tiger tails, to the caps of the petrol tank and pasted a bumper sticker saying that I got a tiger in my tank. That was actually a very good campaign. And the right answer is Yezo Extra. Only 15% did it right. Let's check the leaderboard. Do we have a new leader? No. It looks like Priyanka is not going to give up. Anuj and Adi is still there. Danny and Ashish also is still there. Okay. Good going. Next question. This company bought American Farm Bureau's website domain name for $8.5 million. Which company it is? $368 people voted, and almost half of them think that it is Farmville, the gaming company. Okay, so it is, the right answer is Facebook, because the Farm Bureau's domain name was fb.com, and that is what Facebook bought for $8.5 million. Okay, let's see the leaderboard. Okay, Priyanka scored that also right. The leaderboard is not going to change now. It looks like 16th question we completed. Okay, next question. A game designers actually felt that the attackers needed an enemy. And this has actually happened during another epidemic, it's not pandemic, during 2009. Swine flu. What was the game? Okay, 346 people answered, 47% answered it was Angry Birds, and yes, the right answer is Angry Birds. Hope somebody will find another, design another video game or game during the pandemic also. Let's check the leaderboard now. Yep. Okay. I think that's actually something Priyanka answered wrong, but still she's on top of the leaderboard. Anuj, Ashish, Adi, and Danny is following. Next question. The brand started as Blue Ribbon Sports. Started by a university coach and his student. And which is the brand? $378 people answered, and most of you answered it as Nike, and that is the right answer. Nike is actually started as a brand called Blue Ribbon Sports. Yes. And let's see the leaderboard. Priyanka is still leading, and there are no much changes on the names there. The top 5 are still remaining the same. Okay. Let's go to the next question. This particular stock exchange doesn't have a physical trading floor. All the others have. 377 people answered, and 51% says that it is Euronext, and the right answer is NASDAQ. NASDAQ doesn't have a physical trading floor. Okay, and the leaderboard says Priyanka is still leading, and the other people are actually moving a little bit here and there, but still all the names on the top 5 remains the same. There's a tough fight, tough competition, and I think Anuj and Priyanka is actually at par with the number of questions answered rightly, but the time is actually the element here. As I said, agility is the key. Okay? And the last question for this particular sprint, people who are interested in fashion and especially sunglasses will know this. This is actually created for fighter plane pilots to protect their eyes when they are flying high. And then they made it public. Yep, I know. Most of you might answer it right because this is the sunglasses everybody have heard about. Okay, Aviator is the right answer. You know that Tom Cruise, Salman Khan, and people like them actually made it very popular. They are all fans of Aviator sunglasses. With that, we are actually closing this sprint for now. Back to you, Jay. We'll see you again. Thank you.
Thank you, Dilip. This quiz keeps getting better and better with each sprint. I hope all of you are enjoying this. We will have another round of the quiz later today. Before we continue with our keynote addresses, I would like to bring to light a unique volunteering opportunity for you to become the Disciplined Agile Beacons from PMI Kerala chapter. I request Dr. Krishnakumar, Chapter President, and Mr. Harikuttan Kochugunyan, Chapter Secretary and Disciplined Agile Champion, to make the grand announcement of the new initiative, Candela, the Torchbearers of DA.
Hello again. We see organizations struggle to evolve their way of working in unique situations. PMI has come up with the Disciplined Agile, which is a toolkit with comprehensive strategies and practices with practical advice according to the context. The DA toolkit leverages the experiences of thousands of teams who have already struggled through the same issues that our teams are currently facing. Can an organization implement disciplined agility so quickly? The answer is yes. It can be catalyzed by a community of volunteers who spread the disciplined agile in their respective organizations and industry. In disciplined agile, we call them a community of practice. I'm sure many of you heard about Candela. The Candela is the base unit of luminous intensity, and PMI Kerala chapter changed it a little bit to Candela, right? So can DA be possible? Right? PMI Kerala chapter has come up with this unique initiative to recognize the volunteers who promote the DA in their organizations as Candela, who are the torchbearers of DA from our Kerala chapter. We are proud to announce this new outreach initiative to this August audience. We can see the video of the Candela team now.
Thank you, KK and Hyderabad. Kerala is the pride of PMI Kerala chapter, and we welcome more volunteers to join the great initiative to spread the light of PMI. Thank you. For the next keynote address, it's my immense privilege to introduce Dr. RUPESH Kumar. He's an alumnus of IIT Roorkee with close to 14 years of experience in academia at the Institute of Management, Kozhikode. His prior experience was as a scientist at the Indian Space Research Organization. He has received the prestigious Indo-Shastri Partnership Development Fleet Grant and the Emerald Management Research Fund Award. At IIM Kozhikode, he is actively involved in research published in the domain of sustainable supply chain management. He has published in more than 23 top international journals of repute. His current research interest is in sustainable supply chain, sustainable business, and project management. Welcome, RUPESH. We would like to hear your take on agility in academia. Over to you.
Thank you, and good evening to all. And special thanks to PMI from my end for arranging such a wonderful conference, and as well as inviting me to give a talk. Just sharing my presentation. I hope this is visible now. Yeah. So I can start at the beginning. I can say that maybe my topic, the topic which has been provided to me, is quite different from whatever you are going to experience in the entire 2 days conference. So it's something close to academia, which many of you are going through it in different phases of your lifetime, considering the dynamic environment in which we are working. So basically, looking at premises of academia, we are looking at maybe as a profession at our end, we are looking at a lot of graduate students who are coming in for their EPGP, what we call it as EPGP. Globally, it is called as the EMBA, Executive MBA, or PGP, or globally called as MBA. And we have doctoral programs. So all these programs, including training as well as consultations, if you have a look at it, all of them try to explore the knowledge in terms of finding out various answers to their respective problems, or building up the analytical skill sets and identifying various kinds of skill sets, so that they can answer to various questions which they are expected to go back to the industry when they come back, like why is it happening, where is the problem, what is the issue, when is it going to occur, how can I resolve it, who are the potential persons who might have to be captured as such, and all these such kind of questions, right? So keeping all these things in mind as a part of the academia, the question arises is agility much more relevant to academia or not? So we are trying to investigate some of such kind of issues in this today's 15 minutes interaction. So if I have a look at this particular picture, I hope can you just recognize what is the difference in all these things. If you see a good soccer player, a good rugby player, or I'll say cheetah by nature, one of the fastest animal in this world, all of them, a good one, right, has to be very fast. And at the same time, the opposition can come from front side, back side, any of these sides. So it might be falling down, so they might be falling down sometime, but immediately they have to get up and focus on what is their goal. Otherwise, they will lose the ball. The cheetah might lose the respective prey, whatever is there. So hence, it gives us a clear indication towards something which is there in their respective environment. Basically, what you talked about is speed, as well as how quickly can I react to adversities. So definitely, I should have some kind of capabilities inbuilt in my organization, or I need to build it in my organization so that it is able to react to the changing environment as soon as possible, rather than getting delayed and missing the bus. So keeping that in mind, I thought it's quite enough to have a look at conventional Indian educational system. what do we expect from a faculty at this end as well as a participant of the class at that other end of the table. So it has always been a scenario where we are looking about participant-centered learning, where we say that a faculty at this end is mostly always available as a guidance, maybe a coordinator between various individuals who want to explore. So facilitator of knowledge. So India started with something around thousands of years back in a Gurukul system where it was something of this kind, but over the years, the beginning of the previous century, we had a formal education system which is coming up, and over the years again, we started having some kind of digitization coming up. So which was entirely using the blackboard, we started having some kind of digital mode coming in. But then again, there is an experimental learning stage which has started coming up with a lot of school areas, whether it's colleges, whether it's schools, academies, in various levels. So you have come across with an experimentation mode where these participants can experiment, try it out, learn, fail, and then come up. Right? So in the current generation now you're talking about no one is bothered about so many books, so everything is available in google.com. So when everything is available in google.com, or if I can attend the training programs, such kind of seminars and all, I can get a lot of learning. So you can see over the years whatever is happening, whether it's happening at a school level or whether it's happening at a college level, whether it's happening at a doctoral research level. Now can I say these things as agility? Over the years, whatever you have seen these things as agility, or it's a continuous improvement over the years, right? There's sufficient amount of time to react from the first stage to the second stage to the third stage. So this is decent amount of time in which you come, you get to recover back, get back strong, and be relevant in the market at that point of time. But immediately something has struck us in today's generation, something called as COVID. The moment I see COVID has come up, so all globally, it's not about a given country, but globally, immediately it's like what Mike Tyson used to say. Everybody has a plan to how to grow, how to build up everything, but until they are punched on the face, COVID came at a punch to all of our face as academia, as an industry. So immediately in the future, you are expected, at least for a couple of years till you get a solution or get rid of this COVID, you're looking at new norms of the entire business world. And when you're looking at these new norms, you're expected to maintain social distancing, you're expected to do all sanitizing and all these minimum basic requirements so that the number of people who are affected, number of students in our end who are affected comes down to minimal. So that could be another option which we are having. I've taken a photograph from my yesterday's session. So now we are getting into a digital mode where you're talking about online learning, even to those participants where conventionally we were all habituated to interact in the class. So is this what you're looking at agility? So does this represent the characteristics of agility? Or is the same thing what we are doing, but on a different mode, on a platform mode? How does it impact my customers, who are my students, who are actually been in the campus with a face-to-face communication? Is there any issue which is there? Is there any difference? Are we able to adapt to those changes which are there? Is there any need to enhance at our end academia and enterprise level agility? Do we have some kind of previous support which was there which helped us to change, right? As compared to vis-a-vis some of the other organization or some other academic institution who might not have that previous minor experience or minor inputs and hence would take more time and effort, and what would be the potential impact of it? How to improve the agility in the academia, and maybe I'll share some of the issues what we try to do in Indian Institute of Management Kozhikode as a part of experience sharing. It was very interesting to know that around 2006, only one business school across the world in Harvard, it was discussed and debated how are we going to deal with any kind of pandemics which are going to come up in future. And I'm going to try and compare with the fastest animal on the land from looking at cheetah. If you look at cheetah, then you can clearly see what are the trademarks which is making it more agile and more in terms of increase in speed, in terms of stability, You see what are the characteristics. If I look at cheetah, it says small head, flat face. Is it talking about small ego at the management of academia as well as your corporate side, where you are encouraged to work in small team with more lot of collaboration rather than having exclusive power at the center? So you're talking about the second part, which says large eyes with binocular vision. Are you talking about we should have shared vision and clear-cut vision where I want my academic institution to grow, how far I'll grow, how will collaboration help me? Should we all have a common focus which will help us go through steps, take up steps, which will be in a common focus area and will be directed properly? We are looking at anti-glare teardrop markings. Now, can we be flexible? Can we be focused? And look for various kinds of changes which are happening across even academia, so that we should be willing to change and able to change. There is two things. One is called as willing to change. Yes, I am willing, but I'm not able to change maybe because of back-end support systems are not there. So is that a very important factor? When you're looking at a large nostril to take oxygen and all, so you're talking about a large intake of energy. So do we have positive attitude to take up all these blows in our front face and then still say, we can come back, and we do come back, and we can do it as an academic institution. And if I look at the middle stage of the body, if you look at it, then you can say it's a flexible spine. So you're talking about agile, how swiftly I can change as per the needs, whatever is evolving in the world. So the more flexibly I can do it, more dynamically I can change to the changing world, more it is better, and I'll be closer to the agility area, and I'll be faster to recover back from any kind of negative feedback or negative impact which is created by the external world of uncertain world in a VUCA environment. Now, when you look at enlarged heart, large arteries to supply oxygen and blood with enlarged lungs, you're actually looking at enlarged capacities so that it can perform its function properly. So that takes us towards updating the skill sets. How capable are we as a faculty, and how capable are our staffs who are going to support us in various initiatives? How capable are our top of the management who are also going to give us strategic directions? In such kind of a VUCA world becomes very important. And can empowerment of workforce really helps us? So the last part of it in the central structure is all about small flattened rib cage allows greater movement. When you're looking at small flattened rib cage, are you really talking about light, decentralize the power, get it in a lean structure, so that whenever such kind of events happen, you are able to take clear decisions, clear job profiles, clear roles, lean bureaucracy, and in addition, make the decision quicker. Because you cannot wait for 1 year of academic delay, even 6 months of academic delay, because it's quite possible our students have to go out on a given month at the end of the year so that they can join a respective job wherever they have got. So I cannot be 5 years delay, 2 years delay, even 4 months, 5 months delay. So how fast do I come back? So that aspect of my customers who are my students or my training executives, that they are not getting affected to that side. Now, last part of it is the lower extremities, which is basically, if you are looking at it, long, slender legs. Now, is long, slender legs all about how is my processes? Is it quick enough to do the mid-course corrections, or do I need to have 500 different approvals, multiple number of committees, subcommittees you have to go through? If you are getting through that subcommittees, committees, and more number of approvals, you are not really going to survive in this agile world. So a process of inefficiencies have to be removed to near zero. It does not say that you should not have stability in your system. Yes, you should have stability in your system. But inefficiency in the process, in the name of saying bureaucracy, should be removed from these systems in today's agile world. We're looking at long tail for counterbalance and steering. It's all about the balance. Unless until I keep my balance as such, my stability as such, I may not be in a position where I can capture my prey. I cannot be in a position, even in case of football or rugby, to get up and reach to my goal wherever I wanted to reach. Last part, semi-retractable clause. Now, whatever said and done, even if I fall immediately, I should get back and run. I cannot wait there. I cannot stay out there. So it should give me even stability in any kind of disruptions which are there. You can see most of these features of this wonderful animal called a cheetah are matching with what the world of business agility is talking about, which is actually volatile, your uncertain world, ambiguous world, very complex world, so entire VUCA world. These all agility principles become very, very important even in academies. Because if we are stuck, as I said, we cannot delay our academic process to infinity years or infinity months. We have to have minimum delay, we have to start, but our target is very clear that every batch has to graduate by this year, as they have their own professional commitments, which really gets hurt. So if you have a look at what organizational agility is all about, it's the ability to quickly reconfigure strategies in structures, processes, people, and technology. These are all various kinds of input which goes into organizational agility, and with the whole idea of value creating and value protecting opportunities, not only for our customers, but for our stakeholders too who are involved. That includes your faculties, your institution, that includes your support staff, so that everyone will be willing to come forward even in crisis and get the system out of trouble. So classically, if you have a look at McKinsey's report, they also put up all these things, right, where they talk about strategy, a shared purpose of visions embodied across the organization, structure, a network of empowered teams, processes, rapid decisions and learning cycles, people, dynamic people, model and ignite passions, as well as the technology which can help me out to recover faster, to go back and even advance faster. Why not? Take that advantage. You can see many of these properties, I can see it my cheetah as such. And do we need to be cheetah, or do we need to wait for long period of time to react? That's very important. Now, the benefit of the entire agility, if you have a look at it, in the long term, you're looking at market success, better ways of working, collaboration, employee satisfaction, speed to the market, customer satisfactions, agile mindset, leadership. So you can see many of these are looking at all of us, not only one. It's inclusive part of it rather than exclusively saying it's going to benefit me as an organizer or you as a customer. It's we who are coming up. The moment we use the term you, we as such, we're getting into a term called a stakeholder. So it's a stakeholder which becomes important rather than any one particular entity. Now, it was also talked about that various agile ways of working, right, can be applied to customers, business entities, continuity plans, that is basically operational efficiency. Can I use it in employee engagement, right? So it was, a study was done across the world by McKinsey, and the study was able to find out that most of the companies who are trying to attempt to get towards agility are putting more efforts on customer centricity, business continuity, what is my net output which I am expected to get, and employee engagement. This is what is there in the industry. Why I say about industries, same study when they were doing it, you can see they have done this particular study across multiple industries across the world. I was astonished to see that academia is missing here. So does it mean that agility is not required in the academia? Does it mean that customers are not present in the academia? Does it mean that academia will not have any productivity or operational challenges? Does it also mean that academia does not have any kind of employee issues coming up? Whatever I have a limited years of experience of a decade, couple of decades, it says all these things are present in academia also. If these are present in academia, then the question arises that across all industries this is saying, then should we actually focus so heavily on the customer side of it? It's a bigger question you are looking at, because how are you going to get to the customer, whether it's a service-centric organization or it's a product-centric organization, the educational institute like us or academia like us, do you feel the input, or does the faculties, the support staff, and all of the technology providers are vital to give me the customer experience? If that is vital to give the customer experience, then somewhere the higher focus has to come on the bottom processes. Processes will give you the better result. You have better process employee engagement here, immediately the impact will be on the process enhancement, productivity enhancement, the opportunity where you will get in academia. The moment you have a better system which is generated, better output generated, automatically it's going to have an impact on the customer. But definitely, one has to consider that the improvement in the employee side has to take into account from consumer perspective or the customer perspective, what are the various KPIs he is looking at it, right? Is he looking at it, go slow, but cover everything in detail? These are two contradicting issues. That could be another thing in the sessions whichever we experience. They say you have to cover everything, but then I will not cover everything, right? I will not cover means I'm talking about the participants. So I want you to cover everything as participants, but I don't want to be present in the participant. It's a contradicting view. So that's why it becomes very essential to understand what my customers want and accordingly design my backend processes. So every attempt has to start from building block of your entire process, which involves all the resources which are required. So agility, higher focus, I personally feel has to go in there if I want academia to improve, right? So if I want to put up across this 2x2 matrix, which was again continuing from the same study, you can see they're talking about stability on the X dimension and your dynamic capability or flexibility on the Y dimension. They're looking at agile operations which has high stability and high dynamic capacity. Basically, they are talking about various features called as how quick to mobilize, how nimble you are so that you can immediately do all these things, and soft, lean, collaborative between various players. That is why Cheetah also moves in herds. Easy to get things done, responsive, free flow of information, quick decision making, empowerment to act, and so on. Now, they have proposed multiple kind of practices which are available. But these practices we have already talked about. Some of these practices are strategic in nature. Some of these practices are including people out there. Some of these practices are all about processes which are there, right? Some of the practices are all about accountability and through IT and all these processes, whatever you're going to create. So all these things, if I try and map it on to various kinds of questions which brings on to the academia, is something like this. Will the disruption or the rapid change in digital technology make traditional approach of academia, the process which is it going to be absolute? Is it the pedagogy is going to change? Should we have all those changes? What would be University 4.0 look like? There has been starting some debate in the academic world about University 4.0 in the presence of so much technological revolution which is coming up disruption. Is world-class and capital-intensive universities prepare themselves to face a pandemic like the nature what we are having right now? Remember one thing, that a signal has been coming from a decade. We had SARS, we had MERS, which was local, maybe something was across a little bit bigger issue. We had Ebola coming up, we had swine flu, we had a lot of such kind of bird flu, swine flu, and a lot of these things are coming up. So should we have been prepared long back that there's a potential that you can also enter into a pandemic era because the signals or the risks are coming out for every industry. So are we capturing those risk elements and getting ourselves updated or not? It's a very big question which I might have to ask across all industry, including academia. So looking at academia as such, so how many of them have had comprehensive plan in place to face and mitigate the risk of these kinds of lockdowns, right? Because you have to change the entire ecosystem. If I'm not habituated to online education, you have to take me to online. I'm not sure how much I will be comfortable if I'm not happy there. The initial stage I've never experienced. I don't know if my participants have never experienced online education. How are they going to take it up, right? So we are talking about, isn't it a strategic failure for the educational institute, especially management, who talks about strategy? And I have to question those parts. Are we prepared for the transition and embrace the new social distancing norm and self-quarantine norm? How this affects the productivity and outcomes-based education with well laid down program outcomes? We have a very well laid down program outcomes. These changes, is it going to play around with those outcomes and course objectives? Do we really have an infrastructure in place or access the requisite technologies? We are looking at what about the faculties and students who are digitally not exposed, may not have a sufficient bandwidth, who have a restriction on technological issues. How did we deal with it? Can online teaching resource provide experiential learning in this VUCA world? And are our faculty psychologically and technically ready for this kind of environment as I have talked about? how does their research suffer? I'll just share experiences which we try to go around it while catering to a number of these kinds of scenarios. One part is we had, as an institution, around 10-15 years back, we had already entered into digital platforms through various partners, and we had programs of what we call it as EMDPs running for a few years, a few decades. I'll say one decade. We had executive EMBA, which is over the platform. So as a faculty body, many of us were prepared to even take sessions because we were, I said, trained over the last 10 years of how do we deal with it. But yes, if I'm looking at an in-campus presence of the student, that's a different feeling altogether. We are still working towards it. How do I make it in campus? There's a struggle when I ask participants, all of you keep your video on. Then as indicated, there could be some bandwidth issues, some of these technical challenges. Now, in the campus, there was a wonderful feeling that we can see each other. We can, as a faculty who has at least worked for a few years, you would be able to study their behavior in the class to see whether they are prepared or not. That's still a challenge because most of the time, if they keep the videos off, difficult. You can do a roll call, but then that's one mechanism, but it's difficult to directly superimpose. We are trying on that end, but yes, as already indicated, there are some challenges which you are looking at it of how the technology will get in, right? How the technology will get in. So those candidates who had a problem with technology, we had requested them back to the campus, and of course not everyone, only those special cases who had that problem, back to the campus, follow the due government norms, whatever is there for quarantine. The sessions will not be in classroom, but it will be there in the hostels itself. So you have removed the bottleneck which you had. So this was done immediately. Now, if I look at what are the kinds of problems which we faced, yes, we were delayed by around a month, but that month or delay was not because of at our end. They have at the end of the first year, they have a training internship. So because of this environment of whatever happened due to COVID, there was delay in internship, and we did not want to sacrifice that learning experience. So we extended the session so that they can complete their entire internship part and then come back to the session. So when they came back to the session, of course, all these things were done online. So we were able to cater to their internship minimum requirements so that they can integrate the learning of the first year back to the industry, and then prepared for the second year course would be there, which will be a number of them would be the elective courses. So that makes them prepared to face the electives, right? Now, when we look at where we prepared, as I said, yes, we were prepared. The question is, where do we go forward from here in University 4.0? So there are lots of opportunities coming in where you are talking about programs where like EMBA was already there, but then our training program instead of in campus has to be moved to online. So again, as we were habituated, it's good enough, but the participant side, we were trying to say that even though you are in campus, you are off the campus, we want it to be participant-centered learning. We want the participants to drive it. We are just a facilitator. So looking at all these things, do we have an expectation from our potential customers? Yes, it's an expectation from the potential customer. I would say 50% of them, 60% of them have started doing it. That is continuing the same thing what they had in campus to on air, and that makes the class more interesting. If I have a look at social distancing and quarantine norm, I think we would be going ahead with the entire batch whenever it's allowed to come in. 50% of the class, they will be doing it from hostels. They will be online today, and 50% will be in class the same day. On the other hand, tomorrow or the next session, the first 50% would be in the hostel. Second 50% will come back to class. So we will be in a hybrid mode where we are trying to get it into where students have the in-campus experience, plus also because of the restrictions, we were trying to offer them even virtual experience. So it's not that we are not available, but we are available and not available, both the things which is there. So they are able to get much more benefit once all these regulations gets off, right? So I think I have talked about many of these things aspects because of the previous exposure, your psychologically, technical, all these aspects are taken care only because of previous experience. But there are lots of institutions in India as well as at different parts of the world who might never have been exposed. So do you expect the top management to react? Yes, the top management should definitely come forward and provide necessary support system. So when we were there around May or sometime initial March, April or May, as I said, Harvard they had already discussed. So the management started giving us a lot of webinars, links and all, where we can upgrade themselves. How do I deal with such kind of students who are habituated to be in campus? So if my back end of the organization can give me that kind of support systems, basically the processes are laid, so adaptability becomes easier, flexibility will be higher, and stability will still be there. We did not trade off against any of the processes or policies to that extent, and wherever there were issues, we were willing to hear, and even organizational structurally, we started changing little bit changes, right? So that decentralization power happens and decisions are taken quicker. I'll say these are the major things which we have done in our experience at this place, and it is really giving us a good results, right? So if I look at it and put it in a nutshell, you are actually talking about University 4.0 giving you lots of opportunity of synchronous and asynchronous programs like Coursera and Udemy. So we are also entering into that field, right? We are also entering into MOOCs. We have already gone into online education. So you have to look at different kinds of customer segments who may or may not be interested to come to your campus at all. So the organizational structure has to be very flat, removing all barriers, potentially all barriers in quick decision making. Identify people who are positive in their approach, because these people would be the change maker where they can influence also others to change, right? So at the end of the session, I'll say just comment it by saying creating a lean structure is very essential, whether it's an institute like us or it is an industry participants as such, and need to develop an ecosystem, which I said faculty should be there, training partners should be there, technology providers should be there. Instantly, we went on to get 100 licenses, not from one platform, Zoom. We went to Zoom, we went to WebEx, just that if my faculty is not habituated or not comfortable with one platform, he has an option to go to the second platform. This gives them more flexibility to join any of the platforms, whichever they find it comfortable. And we are continuously taking feedback from our customers, that is our students, MDP participants, training participants, as well as the faculty. Top management is doing that. So you can see most of these features are classically required in your agile system. And if I try to get it to disciplined agile, some of the important manifesto which is changed from agile manifesto are really looking at moving from customer exclusive centric to a stakeholder centric, right? They're looking at only teams to an organizational ecosystem. So are we doing that or not? It's a wonderful question. We are evolving in that, and good organizations who want to run in future has to get into that mode, right? Basically, you have to be more adaptable, flexible, leading to higher amount of agility, right? So I stop here. I think I have exceeded by 5 minutes or so, by 7 minutes. I'll stop here. If there is any questions, I would be happy to take it.
Thank you so much, Rupesh. We see that the pandemic itself has been extremely instrumental in bringing in agility to academic institutions. We do have one question. What, according to you, are the things that are slowing down agile adoption in universities or academic institutions?
I missed out your last line.
What, according to you, are the things that are slowing down agile adoption across universities or academic institutions?
It's basically the institutions which are more bureaucratic in nature, and they do not, I'll say, the power centric is very high at the top. They are resistant to change. And the impact of it is a lot of universities, the enrollment is coming down very significantly down, and especially with the pandemic. The second part of it, it's quite possible that they are also having the shortage of funds which are available. Because changing all these things, you have to facilitate faculties, a lot of aspects like the screen sets have to go up, student screen time has gone up, faculty screen times have gone up, and we were never habituated to that part. So you have to be flexible enough to even change the timings. You have to take the students. So that flexibility, the institution who do not show that flexibility and capability of financial resources to give you the necessary back-end supports, that's more essential.
Thank you so much, Rupesh, for that very passionate keynote.
Thank you.
There are many of us following the Agile way, so you've probably evangelized more into Agile today with your inspiring talk and very presence in DA 2020 for Agility in Academia. We have for you, as a token of our appreciation, we have for you a green certificate. As mentioned earlier, this carries a QR code where we have 2 saplings planted in your name, so you can track those saplings. This is part of a PMI initiative in collaboration with Sankalp Taru Foundation, Going Green. So thank you so much once again for being here, Rupesh.
Thank you, Rashmi, because it's a wonderful move on what I really do my research on sustainability. Thank you. It's a wonderful move. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I would like to invite Nishore CL, Director, Engineering Services of CTS. With a senior management profile in service delivery and product development domain, Nishore has more than 2 decades of experience in strategy, planning, and execution. He is an Agile enthusiast and has worked as a product owner, engineering head, product line manager. He has helped product development from concept to deployment, supporting product strategy and engineering roadmap for digital transformation initiatives. He also works as a volunteer for groups that support startups in incubation, ideation, and growth. Welcome, Nishore. The stage is yours.
Thanks, Rashmi. Hope I'm audible. Yeah. So, good afternoon, good evening, everyone attending the session from multiple geographies. I would start off with my topic today, which is business agility. So, happy to be part of Disciplined Agile's first South Asia conference, and I'll keep myself brief. Hopefully, these are a few interesting minutes for all of you. Before we talk about business agility in depth, let me start with a quick definition. I think all of us are familiar with what agility means. In business terms, agility means your ability to respond, react, reallocate your resources to a common goal for which the business is standing for. Now, before getting into details of the discussion, I thought I would start my conversation by talking about empires. Because empires and enterprises have a lot of things in common, and you can see that if you analyze in a little depth, you will see that the challenges that an organization faces is very similar to what an empire would face when they expand and fall. Empires, our history is riddled with a lot of empires that rose and fell. They keep doing the same. Even today, it continues. They do global conquests to expand their power and influence. On the screen, I have shared a few samples. You can see the red ones. Those are the Mongols. They had an empire that extended from Eastern Europe up to Japan. The Maurya dynasty, it conquered the entire Indian peninsula, shown in green, the Alexanders, and the Ottoman Empire. These are the ones that were prominent in Europe and Asia. All of them had common themes or common challenges and common criteria if you look at how they expanded. They all had distributed resources and centralized governance, which is very similar to how organizations function. They had special skills and innovations. You take any one of them, there is something special, something unique to that entity as an empire, which helped them to expand and conquer or expand their power and influence. The Mongols had a very special skill. They had archers like in any other army, but their archers were sitting on top of horses. Their archers were trained in horse riding plus shooting arrows, and that specialty won them very vast areas in a very short time. If you look at Alexander, he had his war machines, innovations of special equipment for the wars he conducted. Mauryas had alliances and special skills in negotiation, discussion, and then becoming friendly or acquiring a particular land without wars. They tried that. Similar to that, there are challenges that are very common across all these empires. If you look at, all of them had competing priorities. Resource allocation was always the key thing that gave rise to the biggest challenge for all of these empires. If you take any empire anywhere in the world, you will always have internal conflicts, external conflicts. But the most key thing that determined when and where and how they fell is based on their resource allocation. How the surpluses were redirected, how the surpluses were utilized for expansion or improving their internal skills or bringing up their people. All of those determined how long they survive. The agility of an organization is similar to this. Let's look at the enterprises and compare those with the empires. And as you can see, the logos that I have put across, almost all of them are either organizations that have seen their heydays and in decline or not market leaders. Enterprises are also very similar to empires in the fact that they also try to expand their markets, expand their influence, expand their revenues. They also work with distributed resources and centralized governance, most of them. And they too, if you take any one of these which you see as one's logos on the screen, all of them had some special skills or some innovations that helped them compete better. And when you look at the challenges that these enterprises faced, or all of these enterprises face even today, it has to do with how well they utilize their surplus or how they allocate their energies or resources. Some depends on heavily on R&D. They decide to do it on spending on R&D. Some focuses on market capture or sales. Essentially, the differentiating factor between competition in among themselves and others is how well they manage their allocation. And that's the key thing that is common across enterprises and empires. Internal conflicts, of course, there are mergers that enterprises also do. They get into conflicts with certain markets. They decide to form alliances, very much similar to how empires behave. And again, the key thing that differentiates an enterprise from its competition and what determines its success is the allocation of SG&A, how they spend their surplus. And that's how they are similar to enterprises, and that alone is the biggest factor that contributes their agility and also their fall. Having said that, let's take a look at some of the challenges that any enterprise face in the market in today's world, because these are directly tied to the context of discussion, which is business agility. How agile an organization is determined by a few factors, which we'll go into little depth. But prior to that, let me talk about what makes market agility difficult for organizations in today's world. As all of us would agree, there is no safe shore in today's market. There is nothing like a very niche environment where there is very little competition. All the stories that we have on blue oceans are now red oceans. There is nothing like a niche safe market. Of course, if it is there, it is not going to be there for long.
and that's true for all global enterprises. There is a large amount of tech fragmentation that has happened in the last 15 years. If you look at it, how the growth of tech has been. Tech means whether it is a cloud or mobile or any of those technology areas, it's a double-edged sword. Organizations are taking advantage of the technology. For example, digital natives like the Netflix and the Googles of the world, they have a tech advantage, but at the same time, the technology which they use, right, that is a double-edged sword in the sense it keeps changing. The alternative options that they can choose, the stabilization window that a technology organization gets is shrinking. The third aspect where organizations face difficulty in being agile is the diversity and complexity of the markets. The demands that market puts across to any organization or enterprise is more diverse and complex than ever. Take an example of a bank. Earlier, you probably used to just write a check to a bank to withdraw money. Maybe you will visit. But look at how many ways you can move money. You have mobile apps, you have SMS, you can even do using WhatsApp, you can use an NFT-driven QR code, hundreds of ways in which you can transact. And all of this is still banking. And the demands on a banking entity or a fintech organization is very complex. So these aspects actually increase the risk of any organization. It goes without saying that it is extremely difficult in today's world for enterprises to call themselves less risky. The amount of risk that a global enterprise takes on is much more or much higher than maybe an organization faced maybe 30, 40 years back. So all of this contribute towards dampers, towards friction in being agile. And that's the reality. It's a challenging environment for any enterprise. Now, having said that, for the discussion, I would focus on 3 or 4 key indicators or structural elements that can be called out as what makes an organization agile, what constitutes business agility. But before we go there, let me start with a quick example of comparison by comparing 2 companies using a P&L. The slide I am showing compares 2 companies, Company A and Company B. As you can see, it's 4 or 5 years old. But the data on Company A and Company B, if you compare, you can see that the profitability margins for Company A is in the negative. The profitability for Company B is higher. They are more profitable, as you can see from the P&L. And you will also notice that SG&A spend, that is where they spend their surplus, is as a percentage terms more than the share that Company B is investing in. 5 years back, this was the scene for 2 companies in the same industry. Let me explain what those companies are. Company B, and both of them are in automotive industry. Company B is the inventor of cars, Mercedes-Benz, and Company A is Tesla. Now, if you look at what is today, Tesla's market cap is about 300 billion, while Mercedes-Benz has a market cap of about 70 billion or 69, around that. 4 times lesser than Tesla. Now, why is that significant? That is significant because market cap, if you assume, is an indicator of survivability of the company or agility of the company or how the market perceives a company as agile, then this picture of the P&L is not an indicator of future prospects of that company. And now we will go and try and expand that thought in a little more detail and try to understand what are the elements that constitute or what makes you call out a company as agile, business-wise. So this is the key message which I wanted to convey when it comes to when and where we will identify a company as an agile company, a business-wise which has longevity. What makes a company? What are the business indicators that will tell you that this company is more agile? That comes from a few very specific parameters which you can extract. Of course, there are other micro and macro parameters which will tell you that these are the ways in which you can measure. So these are by no means complete or exhaustive, but some of these are very key and crucial based on what I have seen in the industry, how I have interacted with multiple organizations. So take it with a pinch of salt, but still some of these are very relevant, and these will work as indicators that will help identify companies and what needs to be done to companies to make it more agile. Number one, flexible alternatives. Now, what does that mean? Companies that are agile, they have lines of businesses and they have options in the market that are flexible, which they can pick and choose from. It may be partners, it may be other vendors, it may be even lines of businesses that you can stop and start. So they have a lot of options. This is more of diversification of business, but it is a clear indicator of the strategy that helps them to be more agile. I'll also again take maybe Tesla as an example here. Tesla is identified as an automotive company for almost all of us. But as the eccentric CEO of Tesla recently talked about how his company is organized, it's organized as lines of businesses and also as startups within. If you look at that company, they have Tesla Insurance, they have Tesla Solar, they have Tesla Seats, car seats, they have Tesla Autopilot, they have Tesla Solar. So multiple LOBs work together in an agile fashion as a single company where they have flexible alternatives. For example, tomorrow, the advantages and innovations that Tesla talks about or brings about in their Tesla battery business unit can very well be utilized in their solar industry. And these are independent entities that are modular, and these have their own R&D units and their own partnerships, and these are mostly like separate companies. The advantage is that the ecosystem of automotive uses all of this, and it is in stark contrast with many of the other competition. For example, car seats. None of the companies which are major automotive manufacturers, they don't create their own car seat industry within. The entire seats are manufactured by only 2 or 4 companies, which the major automotive manufacturers outsource to. So Tesla is working differently there. So agility as a function for an organization to be agile, to be called agile, they should have flexible alternatives with partners and markets. That's point number one. The second indicator I would say is parallel and redundant execution lines. What does this mean? This means modularity. This means higher throughputs throughout the value chain of an organization. So for example, let's say that you are placing an order in Amazon or Flipkart or whatever is your favorite e-commerce portal. The order goes through a set of business processes that traverses across multiple business units within. It is mostly serial, but for agile organizations, it is modular. So the interactions between different service units that fulfill a request as part of a value chain, as part of a business process, will be highly modular and interactive. And that allows for higher throughput. You will see the sales organization talking to multiple units through their systems. These systems will be built dynamically, and the modularity will be visible within the teams that they operate to bring in higher throughput. So parallelism, the execution tracks, is another feature, another structural element of a highly agile organization. A third, I would say, is strong feedback loops. Now, this is my favorite, and this is extremely valid and relevant, and it is indispensable, I would say. Strong feedback loops indicate an organization's ability to react to data points, and it covers the entire value chain, and it can come from production. For example, the production system should be able to talk to design, and the execution team should be able to talk to requirements team through the systems, through data, and it results in fast root cause assessments. Let me probably explain that with an example. This is one of the real life examples I myself have experienced. About 4 or 5 years back, I was working closely with one of the largest cable vendors in the US, top 2, and they had a problem in the field. Their production equipment, when it goes into failure, they were having truck rolls. They called it truck rolls. Truck rolls meant a technician with a specific set of costly equipment need to go to the network unit or the device that failed on the field and fix it. But they found, to their surprise, that they are losing a lot of money because every time there is a failure, you're rolling a truck. And they compared with their competition and found that their competition is actually not really spending that much money on those. And they did their R&D and figured out the real reason was the root cause assessment of failure on a field and assigning a priority to determine whether you should actually roll a truck or not was done without feedback loops. The competition was using weather data. They were using profiles of the people who actually experienced the failure also. The rollout data of software, hardware that was recently updated to the field. They also had partner data come in as feedback to their systems before determining whether they should roll a truck or not. So they had a much granular and prioritized way of handling feedback loop, which actually helped them reduce the cost. Last but not the least, structural element or business agility indicator is, of course, innovation. And I know it's a cliche, but the key point is innovation being built in. The structure of a company should allow for operational, the operational structure that you have across the value chain should have built-in innovation. That's the key word. Built-in innovation means the ability of any of these systems or people to be able to suggest and change their way of operation, either through a simple innovative step or even a completely overhauling step that brings in a new innovation. Again, the key point there is built-in. It means that innovation is not something that you will expect to have in this organization within the boardrooms or maybe design thinking teams and such. It is part and parcel of every job function to be part of that innovation suggestion or opportunity. Wherever there is an opportunity, they should have the mechanism to be able to suggest it. Then you can call it as built-in. Now, all of these 4 elements are applicable to organizations that are agile, and these are the indicators. Now, many of the organizations and enterprises that we have may not be in that position, and they would have to go through a transformation to get there, to get these indicators out. And the changes that they need to do, the dimensions of changes still remain the same. It is not changing. And these change dimensions are always people, process, technology, strategy, and structure. These things never change. So if you want to convert an organization to be a business agile organization, you would have to go through this change dimension in any case. So that, in a sense, is what we consider as business agile indicators. And in conclusion, I would want to summarize with a few simple sentences what it means to be business agile. Business agility is nothing but being flexible and scalable on a stable infrastructure or environment to bring out certainty to your outcomes. But to me, it's a very simple statement. If I were to expand it, the stability is nothing but a backbone that helps you become flexible. It could be a unifying culture, a set of guidelines or boundaries, or even infrastructure that acts as a core. And flexibility is often assumed as a when you try to inject flexibility and agility into a system, there is a common misconception that you end up compromising scale and stability. Now, scale and stability are possible with flexibility if you do the things right. And this gives you certainty of outcomes, and certainty of outcome always need to be measurable. Now, for example, the measurable parameters still remains the same. These are all standard parameters that you will use to measure business agility: employee engagement, customer satisfaction, and operational effectiveness. And when you say employee engagement, how is that relevant? Because earlier we talked about modular structures. If you have autonomy built in within the team, and if you have modular cross-functional teams, for example, in IT environment, this would translate to something like centers of excellence, communities, tribes, whatever you call it, agile elements. These improve employee engagement, and that is an indicator, or that is a measure through which you can see that the business agility of the organization is going up. The second is customer satisfaction. Yes, it goes without saying. Any organization that you interact with, and if you see that it is responsive, obviously you'll be satisfied with that organization. So customer satisfaction as an indicator goes up if there is a perception that it is a responsive organization. And operational effectiveness is standard. Operational effectiveness is reflective in the responsiveness and through customer obsession. There are the earlier talked about the cross-functional teams, the modular teams. All of this improve your operational effectiveness, and these three are the measurements of certainty for a business agile organization. So that in all is what I wanted to convey. I think I am overshooting by about 5 minutes, so I would have to conclude. I would say that any organization that has certainty will be operating on a stable core with a set of flexible systems, and that is business agility. So with that, I'll conclude my quick and brief session. Hopefully that was useful. And at the moment, if there are questions, I can take a few.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Nishore, actually, for that wonderful session. You took us right from the times of the empires right through that to the times of the new age technology companies. What are they doing to get the extra benefits of Agile? Okay. So I have a few questions. But in the interest of time, I'll just ask one. So what kind of changes do organizations have to make to their funding models as to achieve business agility?
Right. To be frank, the funding models does not really impact the way in which the agility functions. The core of the discussion is always about how the surpluses are utilized. Surpluses in enterprises would, if you look at the P&L, it will be an SG&A line item. So where you spend your R&D money, where you spend your money to improve organizational capabilities, where you spend your money to improve your effectiveness or operational effectiveness, that triaging is what determines where the agility lies. And when it comes to funding, if an organization is embarking on a transformative journey, maybe you can ask your stakeholders to invest more on the transformational as opposed to R&D. Maybe that's a thought. But as a mechanism, funding does not have a direct a plan which ties it to agility.
Thanks, Nishore. It makes very clear. Thank you.
Thank you,
Nishore, for this impressive keynote. As a token of appreciation, we have for you a green certificate with a QR code to track the 2 samplings planted in your name. This is a PMI initiative in collaboration with Sankalp Taru Foundation. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite our special keynote speaker for the day, Al Shalloway, PMI Director, Thought Leadership of Agile at Scale and creator of Flex. Welcome, Mr. Shalloway.
I think there is an audio issue. We can't hear you.
There seems to be a technical issue with Al's audio. We are looking at fixing it. We apologize for the inconvenience caused.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, Al.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear. Al, we can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
How about now?
Yes, perfect.
Hear me now? This is bizarre.
Al, we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, Al.
Okay, it's something with my monitor for some reason, but let me just run it on this. I'll get it right up now.
All right.
Okay, I don't know, never had this happen before, but I've used WebEx a lot, and this just never happened. But anyway, here we go. Screen. There. Okay, can you hear me and see my screen? Hello?
No, we can't hear you. See your screen.
You can hear me but can't see the screen?
Yeah, we can hear you, but not able to see the screen.
Okay, it stopped it for some reason. Let me restart the screen sharing. Okay, how about now? Now it's saying it's sharing.
Yes, Al, it's now we are able to see it and hear it clearly.
Very good. Okay, sorry for whatever that tech is, but we're going now. Let me get rid of that. Okay, so this actually represents work that Net Objectives has done since 2005. Net Objectives was acquired by the PMI last year, and we have been kind of converting it since then. It's going to be ready in February. It's a different approach to Agile at scale than what's out there now, with the exception of there is a approach based on patterns and theory of constraints called pain flow that is not very well known. Steve Tendon writes that. So both of us have taken similar approaches independently of each other. I just mentioned that because that's another good technique, and I just like to share what's good. So this is me. I was the founder and CEO of Net Objectives, which really is not in operations. I'm now the Director of Thought Leadership for Agile at Scale programs. I've been active in a lot of communities, the Lean Systems Society, Lincoln University. I founded that with David Anderson. I'm no longer in that now. I also was a contributor to SAFE, first non-SAI, that's the company that created and uses SAFE. And I was a former Gold partner. I was their first SPC trainer outside of SAFE. So I have a lot of experience there. I'm not going to talk about SAFE, but if you're using SAFE and you're interested in some guidance, shoot me an email. We actually have a playbook for SAFE with Flex, so we can talk about that. Anyway, here's the agenda. I'm going to give a quick overview of Flex, just to talk about how it's different. I want to talk about what I consider to be our inherent problem, and also what value streams are. There's getting to be some confusion about that, somewhat again because SAFE has been slightly redefined them, but it makes a big difference to know what they are. And then I want to talk about the approach we take, which is to look at what we consider the idealized value stream. What we discovered a few years ago was that most everybody, most companies, unless you had like hardware involved or kind of heavy regulation like insurance or healthcare, most companies actually ended up wanting to do the same thing, but you had a different start, a different way to get there. So it's kind of like if you've got a heart problem, maybe, you know, y'all want to get your clean heart, but depending on what problem you have, you might take a different prescription for it. You don't really want to say, oh, you've got a heart problem, let me give you your generic one. Say, I see messages are coming up to me, but I can't see what they are. Better to just interrupt me and talk, because they pop up, I can't read them. If I need to do something, just let me know. Anyway, we call these contextualized prescriptions. This is like saying, let's find out what your real problem is, and then let's do that. And that's actually kind of important. So, quick overview of Flex. So, we're based on the value stream. This is just an icon, kind of a graphics for it. We start with the customer, see what they need, we do a bunch of work, it comes back, and we deliver it to the customer. That's in a sense what the value stream is. That's our concern. That's what we're looking at. And the first thing we do, we want to recognize, is we're not doing another framework. What we're doing is, what we're looking at is basically, again, what's your problem? How do we see it? How do we decide where to go? It's also based on a lot of different things. Now, this doesn't mean you have to understand all this. You know, systems thinking, flow, lean, theory, constraints, that's all discussed as you need it. There's a lot of organizational development and human behavior integrated into it, but we don't actually talk too much about those last two. It's kind of like when you want a well-defined, well-designed system, rather, the use of it should be straightforward and relatively simple. But building of it may not be quite so simple. Like cars these days are really simpler to drive than ever before. They have non-skid braking. They have automatic transmissions. They do a lot of things. They tell you if stuff's around your car or not, but that's complicated. But driving them is actually simpler. So for whatever reason, there's gotten to be this mantra in the Agile space that says, well, simple is really important. The Scrum Guide's got just got shorter with the Scrum Guide 20. And people talk about that as good. And I'm like, well, not really. You want it to be simple to be used. You want it to be what can be called fit for purpose. And there is no one size fits all. So we recognize that. We also take an holistic view. In other words, what happens in the portfolio management, product management area affects greatly the development area. Whether you're in IT or not, it's how much you get clarity on the requirements, how much you overload, if you do, the development or implementation group. If you don't attend to that, it's very problematic. Again, we see this missing in team-based approaches like Scrum. We're actually in something like SAFe, which has different levels, where you build part of the value stream. SAFe is kind of more around this right side here. It doesn't include, it actually includes it all, excuse me. But essential SAFe, where most people start, they start here. Well, this may not be your problem down here. It may be your problem up here. Once you start down here, though, it's harder to get up here. I don't have time to explain that today, but if you're interested, shoot me an email. I'll give you my contact information at the end. So what we want to do is provide options within the context. This is what I mean by the contextualized prescription. We see where you are, we see what you need to do, and then we give you a starting point, but there's also an ability to improve it as we go. Okay, so this is basically the recap. I think I've already said this. Well, where do you want to go? This is basically what we call the idealized value stream. And if you have hardware involved, like if you're building medical instrumentation, there's hardware in the medical instrumentation and in the software. And actually, if you're building medical instrumentation, you also have a lot of governance and a lot of restrictions and reporting you have to do. But those can be added on to this general approach. So the general approach still works. We identify which of several playbooks. I think we have 7. We will probably be adding more, but we find that 7 pretty much covers things. And one of them is we call a general playbook. It's like got everything. A playbook is think of it as you have all these different options on what you can do, and the playbook says, oh, do this, 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 this. These are the things you have to improve, but in each of these, you can actually select one of several options to make things work. You need a transition plan for adoption. This is often ignored in the Agile space, which is really kind of bizarre to me. I've been in Agile since '99 when I learned extreme programming. And one of the cornerstones of Agile is respecting people. But then we kind of expect people to just jump to a solution. It's like, that doesn't make sense to me. Saying, here, we're going to give you this, do it, and then you figure out how to adjust later. That doesn't feel very respectful because that starting point may not be proper. Then you start doing it, basically, and you do guided continuous improvement. By guided continuous improvement, what we mean is you see how things are going, and Disciplined Agile supplies a lot of theory, as I mentioned, flow, lean, theory of constraints, organizational development. So it gives you a guide, in a sense, on how you can improve things. And that's pretty important because we don't want to reinvent the wheel. Okay, so that's kind of a lot, but that's just the overview. Let me go from here. Okay, so this is, if you're trying to solve problems in changing organizations, it's a good idea to understand what the problem is. Now, this seems kind of obvious, but I actually think a lot of organizations, a lot of rather methods that are presented really haven't taken this step, and I don't quite know why. So many companies are kind of organized like this. In other words, you have somebody at the top and the executives report to him, and then it gets broken down and we have this hierarchy. And this is just an example, HR, legal, and other things, sales, marketing, product development. Your company is organized differently, I'm sure. There are a lot of different organizations, but they're pretty much hierarchically top-down related. And here's something to observe. which is when you're organized like this and you're a manager, you're going to check, are people properly utilized? Are they being productive? Are they doing quality work? Are they working on the right things? And you kind of probably think, well, yeah, of course, yes, that's what we'll be doing. But I'm going to suggest this is actually not what you want to be doing. And I'm suggesting also that this hierarchical structure kind of gets you into doing these things. Because why is it these are the wrong things? Let's consider that. See, our work actually doesn't go top down. It goes across the organization, getting approval at different places. And there's actually a lot more than just one or two things going on at a time. And in fact, it's not quite left to right. It's all over the place. It goes back and forth, and back and forth, and back and forth. So what we have, though, is if we have product managers or managers in general who are in the middle, okay, they get different messages from people who are higher up in the hierarchy. They have different stakeholders to respond to. And this causes a lot of problems. It gives different messages. This usually shows up as requirements aren't clear, they're changing, and we change priorities amongst them. So if you've got that experience of unclear changing requirements that come in at all times and you're not quite sure what to work on and you end up working on lots of things, this is an inherent problem of this type of organization. Now, let me explain that, because this is actually very important. This is what we call systems informed behavior. In other words, and you probably heard this, bad systems will beat a good person every time. So this is a bad system. It causes lots of work to take place at once. It can be very problematic, okay? So our inherent problem is we manage our people this way, but the value flows this way. This is what most companies are doing. And most companies that even when they go to Agile, they're not attending to this at the level they should. So we have some problems here, okay? So there's a problem too in that no one's managing the value in a sense. We're managing our people. So this isn't a very good thing either. Who's managing the value? Most companies, nobody really. Now value, yes. I should say who's managing the value stream. In other words, yes, we say at the beginning we want to get this value, and we look to see if we got that value. But who's managing this going from left to right across the organization? We have to shift our focus from utilization to throughput of value, because we shouldn't be managing people. We trust our people, or we should. If you don't trust your people, you're going to have other problems that nothing you do can solve, really. Or at least you won't improve a lot. The ecosystem and the visibility of the work in it is what's really critical. By ecosystem, I mean like if you're working, then what are all the interactions you have? Who are you working with? That's a problem, okay? In other words, if I'm a team here, I'm affected by teams upstream, and I affect teams downstream. That's also part of it. This is why we need visibility. We need visibility ourselves to get our work done. We need to give visibility to others so they can get their work done, okay? Now, I want to be clear what the value stream is. The value stream is the flow of work. It isn't linear like this. In fact, in DA Flex, we tend to now call this the value network from the point of product management on, because this is all going all which ways and things cross and all that. Up here, it can be somewhat linear if you do it well. But the value stream is the flow of work. It's not the people doing the work. It's the flow of work. Again, this is one of the critical shifts in Lean, is we focus on the work, not the people, because we trust our people to do the best they can. And when something is going wrong, we assume it's because, I don't know, assume is the right word, but we first look to see if the system is causing the issues, okay? And here's another interesting shift. It's an interesting observation. And I want you to reflect on this. If you look at what's going on in most any organization, and if you look at the people, you will see they are busy. In fact, they're usually crazy busy. They're doing so many things, and they're multitasking, and they're basically can't get much work done. But if you focused on the work, what you would see is the work is mostly waiting because the people are busy. Something comes in, it waits for somebody to be ready. Then that person works on it a little bit, waits for somebody else. You probably experience this with lots of emails or lots of meetings where people get together and then follow up a day or two later. This is insane working, because when the work waits, it literally creates additional work, not just because you have to come back to it, but because any kind of error will propagate, misunderstandings occur. Most people don't know how much time work is waiting, okay? In an organization that is not doing Agile, the waiting time is probably around 90% on average. Oh, whoa, 90%, that sounds astronomical. Well, think of it this way. Look at how many things a developer or an implementer or a product manager, how many things anybody is working on at one time. And usually people have 4, 5, 6 things going on. Let's say they're working on 5 things. Well, that means 80% of the time, any one of those is waiting. Okay, I said 90%. Well, there are other things that happen called meetings and stuff like that. So, yeah, 90% is actually not a high number, I hate to say it. When people do Scrum at the teams, that helps, but it's the cross-teamwork. It's one of the reasons people can be good at the teams and not get good results, because one team does something, but then they wait for another team. So that can be somewhat problematic. Okay. So the value stream, I've said this, it's a set of actions. It always starts with the customer and ends with the customer. That's more for your reference. And what we want to do is Agile started out at the team level of development, but organized like this caused lots of handoffs. We need to shift management to the value stream so we can avoid the handoffs. We don't want just to look at the team, which is where Agile started. We want to look at how, that's actually a misleading slide perhaps. That isn't DevOps on the right, that's Ops. DevOps is how Agile teams, developers work with Ops. So I should probably fix that to say Ops, and DevOps is the connection. But we want to look at the whole process. That's what's actually pretty important. Okay, so a summary of the lean shifts. I've said this, but it's good to get it summarized. Are they being utilized, being productive? That's about efficiency. That's not what we're trying to do. We're focusing on time to market. Success is more strongly correlated to business agility than to efficiency. And we want to create flow with as little delay as possible, meaning we don't want work to be waiting. We focus on the workflow, not the workers. We create an environment where workers can work effectively. A lot of this is delegating decisions to the workers. Okay, idealized value stream. So I know I'm going a little fast. Just wasn't, sorry about the lost time. So value streams always start with a customer. And the way I like to look at it, most people look at this kind of linearly. In fact, I used to do that. But I think it's better if you say, look, there's a discovery process and there's an implementation process. Implementation may be IT. It may be a non-IT function. You're building a bridge, and that's implementation. What's really important is this intake queue. In other words, how do these two groups talk to each other? Okay. You'll notice I referenced this term MBI. I'm afraid I don't have time to go into that today, but I have some videos and documentation on our website. I can, again, if you're interested, let me know. I'll also give this information so it can be provided and you can look it up. But the idea is you want a sequenced list. So the top is more important than the bottom, and these are the smallest pieces of value that can be delivered. If you're familiar with the MVP, minimum viable product, it's similar but different. MVPs are about discovering if there's value. That was named by Eric Rees of the Lean Startup. SAFe is actually misusing MVPs, causing some confusion. I hope I don't sound like I'm bashing SAFe, but there are some challenges with the use of MVPs because it does not make sense to put MVPs into a system with 3 months of iteration time. So an MBI is something that's not a new product, but is actually a minimum business increment. It's about what you need to build for an existing system. In large companies, this typically requires multiple teams and involves an end-to-end customer experience to look at. So the MBI is this collection, not just of the requirement, but all of these things. It's very well thought out. We even have tools to help you define them. Again, I'll give references to that. The intake queue is, in a sense, where discovery decides what's important and implementation agrees to do it. And you can have different agreements on how they talk to each other or what's necessary. okay? And then, of course, they build it. It goes back to the customer, okay? Symptoms that improvement is needed here, and I've given those. I'll just let you quickly look. Requirements aren't clear. Work's pushed onto implementation. Implementation is told to get something done. This is not agile. This is not a pull system where implementation pulls work when they are ready. That's the key of agile. Every agile method does this to some level. Just going a little more defined. In discovery, we, of course, have portfolio management and product management. We call this the discovery workflow, which is how you go from your strategies to the intake queue. I'm obviously leaving out lots of details. Excuse me, I don't have a lot of time. You know, and it gets more refined, too. Portfolio management's more than just a couple of things. Product management is going from, like, these could be thought of as, I got this chunk of value I want. It's going to take 3 months. Well, maybe I could refine it and take a sequence of smaller chunks. In implementation, we have the ability to pull from the intake queue. We have multiple teams working, in cadence and synchronization. You don't need to read these, but they're here for reference and terms. If you do the intake process, then the intake process is I take the sequence list of work and I pull into another queue that says this is what I can work on over the next 3 months if I'm doing the safe lightning. Or it could just be continuous. I'll just pull the next thing, distribute it to the teams, and have a flow model. But basically this concept of taking what came from product management, giving it to the teams, working in a common cadence and synchronization so they're working together, shortening delays. Even if you have a 3-month increment, you want to go, let's build some value, deliver it. Let's build some more value, deliver it. You want to shorten the time from starting of this function until it's delivered, okay? In a sense, you can think of discovery as deciding what to spend, and they tell implementation, okay, spend your limited capacity, because there's always a limit to the capacity. They decide in discovery what to spend. Implementation spends it by using their capacity, often called resource, but I prefer capacity because it's more humane, basically. And it actually works better because when you say words like resource, people then, oh, I have this person. Oh, I can have them work 60, 80 hours. Well, maybe. What's their capacity? What's their capacity for sustainability? What's their capacity for treating them properly? So capacity is a better word for a lot of reasons. Okay. Plus, of course, what we really want is not having to coordinate all these, but we'd really rather them be more self-sufficient. Again, this is the project-to-product mentality that's coming along when you have products. If you have projects, and there are lots of projects, obviously, IT has kind of misstated a lot of things, like, oh, we should all be doing product stuff. But in fact, I'm not sick, by the way. Just I don't know why my throat's bothering me. But in fact, we need to have the ability to do projects and do products. But what we really want is mostly autonomous, self-organizing teams that can get the work done. And of course, we have to attend to how we deploy and support and all this. Okay. And I haven't shown it because it gets messy. There's feedback loops everywhere to everything. Okay, so it's not a one-way street. It's not linear flow. It's small pieces validating things as we go. And so let's look at this. Look at the overall thing. So DA Flex. This is the general idealized value stream. We start up here. We go across. We run through. It comes back to the customer. I want to point out, rather, the way this is designed. This is designed so each one of these is more or less within the context of the people you're working with. This enables you to make local changes without affecting the big picture. It's very important. Okay, so I want to show how we use all this thought. This has been a setup in a sense. We're looking at how workflows. We work on small, high-value items. We have agreements on how we work. And many companies, when you look at this, we're saying, well, let's first diagnose. Because, you know, maybe you have something here. Maybe you have some problem here. Maybe there's a problem here. Maybe there's a problem here. Maybe there's a problem here. Now, actually, there are more than 5 potential problems. I think I've identified in the work we do about 20 to 30 that most companies have to some extent, or rather, that's not quite true. That there are about 20 to 30 problems that cover at least 80% of 80% of the companies. They don't all have all 20 to 30, but they have like 10 to 20 of them. And I've just picked the 5 biggest ones for illustration. In the Flex system, we actually have a lot more to identify, a lot more detail, but I'm just trying to get you the idea. So what we do is we look to see, well, what's your problem? Do you have clear executive strategies? Do you know how to create these minimum business increments I talked about? Can you sequence them? Is the work being pulled from the team? Are people working on too many things? Does, delivered functionality work for the customer? This is kind of a big error a lot of times at this end, that people build things, but it doesn't have a good end-to-end customer experience, and it's basically not good stuff. That's another problem. So we look at these. Well, what's your problem? And then for each of these, well, we have kind of solutions, but you don't necessarily need to do them all. Like maybe we need to prioritize and identify business objectives. Maybe we need to create initiatives that are clear and can be delivered in the right way. Maybe we need to have teams pull from the intake queue. They need to organize around the work products. And when work requires multiple teams, work together so the delays from starting to ending doesn't take so long. And finally, teams need to work with end-to-end customer experience in mind. We tend to forget that. In large organizations, people are often siloed. So somebody will worry about, like if you have a pizza delivery system, it's an easy example. You have a pizza delivery system. You might have one team that's looking at how do customers take orders or make orders on the internet. You might have another one that says, how do we make the pizzas? How do we create the delivery for the pizzas? How do we have the customers pay? There are several people, different groups, writing software, each of which is writing it somewhat independently because it's different functionality. But how does, when the customer gets on and the work cuts across all those groups, does it make for a good experience for the customer and also in this case for the pizza people, because they're the customer of a system like that. So this is what I mean by end-to-end customer experience. This is usually found out later in support. Again, I mentioned the MBI as a container. The MBI, part of the agreement here in this moving between discovery and implementation. Remember, Discovery says what to build. Part of what to build includes, have we checked the end-to-end customer experience? It's really amazing how just basic things get lost, that things we know, but in the hecticness, the craziness of the work we're doing, we lose sight of these things. So simple things like checklists can be quite useful. Okay, almost done. So we'll have time for a few questions as well. Because I don't know how the timing is, but I've got another 15 minutes if there's time available in the conference. But I'll be through in 2 minutes here. So what we provide with DA Flex is what we call a generic playbook. Like you're going to figure this out yourself. We give you ideas. In other words, it shows all the challenges that can be occurring, more or less. It shows you what you can do with that. And you basically take this, I got to do this, and you make it up. But as I mentioned, I have found that most companies actually can be covered by one of 7 playbooks. So there's the full playbook. We'd rather not have to do that because you're going to have to figure out more in using it. But a lot of companies have a lack of a good intake process, and I could be a very well-focused playbook on that, or discovering overloading implementation. We just demand too much. Their teams are doing Scrum, but they don't cohesively work together. Or they're cascading workflows. I see this less, but I used to see companies that would have 6-month time frames, like January to June, and then they'd have another one from April to September. So they were getting a release every 3 months, and they said, look, we have 3-month releases. We're good. No, you have 6-month releases just overlapping. That still happens. SAFe has a pattern of stagnation that many people have experienced. And it's actually inherent, again, systems inform behavior. It's inherent because SAFe solves one problem, and at the beginning, you have leeway to do it. You're not pushing too much on the development team, but after a while, managers want more, and they start pushing, and then that causes lots of problems. This is where the entire value stream is important. And then sometimes it's not the development group at all. It's the business group needs to do things. Okay. So there's my contact information, and I'll let you decide how many questions we have, how much time we have. That's how you get a hold of me. You can follow me on LinkedIn. You can follow me on Twitter. And just to let you know, the DA Flex system is in the process of being finalized. We ran some alphas, so the material's all there. We're kind of polishing it up, making it look good, and that should be available in February. So go ahead and ask questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shalaway. That was a brilliant session. I think you've thrown light on every pointer, on every blocker as to why agile adoption fails in multiple organizations. It would do us good to remember that, one second after all. In the time, we have one question for you. I'm just going to read out now. What do you think could be some of the key metrics and benchmarks governing value stream management? Are there any reference points, to identify if you're doing it correctly or if you're getting it wrong? What would be your take on that?
Yeah, there are two sets of metrics you want to look at. One metric is basically how are we doing from a working point of view. Like in a car, you have oil pressure, you have temperature, you want to understand how that's going. And that's one set. One set of metrics, and those are pretty straightforward, and we have those. Now, there's another set of metrics which is a lot more complicated, and actually this is one part we're actually identifying and adjusting. There's what's called throughput accounting, which is more a measure not of how much work are we doing, how much stuff are we putting out the door, but rather how much value are we creating? Now, there are some things that correlate with that. Like if you can lower the delays in your workflow, then what happens is you spend more time doing good things and you get more value out the door. Using minimum business increments gets you more focused on higher value. But this is also a shift. This is no longer were we on time, under budget, things like that. It's are we delivering value and how are we validating that? And that'll be included when the system comes out. If you have questions about that, again, I'm writing up some things on that now. And some of that is funny because people, in the same way they sometimes resist Agile, people sometimes actually resist different kinds of metrics. So that's all, whether they're good or bad. So that's also something that you get to choose from.
All right, thank you. That's very logically put. Thank you. As a token of our appreciation, we have for you a green certificate, again with a QR code to track 2 saplings which are planted in your name. Now that's an initiative of PMI in collaboration with Sankalp Foundation. We want to thank you on behalf of PMIKERALA and Hyderabad chapter. We want to thank you for taking the time to join us today and for delivering this very brilliant and enlightening session. Thank you so much, Mr. Shalaway. Mr. Shalaway, you're on mute. We didn't get the last part.
Sorry, I said, well, thank you for having me. And also I wanted to add that I love that that's the kind of the gratuity you're giving because it's really important we take care of the environment. So I love that. I think that's a good thing to keep doing. So thanks. Have a good day then.
You too. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Well,
the Kerala model of handling the pandemic has been widely appreciated around the globe. To know more about how this model was built and executed, I would like to invite Dr. Kamala R., Assistant Professor, Department of Pulmonary Medicine in the Government Medical College at Trivandrum. Dr. Kamala is the Technical Committee member of Kerala State Chronic Obstructive Pulmonary Disease Program and a technical expert for the Kerala State Clinical Establishments Registration and Regulation Act. She was part of the medical team deputed to set up a COVID care facility at the Government Medical College, Kasaragod, in April 2020. She was honored as the Vogue Woman of the Year 2020 in recognition for her efforts as a frontline medical warrior who was helping to fight the pandemic. We are immensely honored to have her here with us today. Dr. Kamala, please share your experience on agility in the medical industry during the pandemic. Over to you.
Thank you, Rashmi, for that introduction. Good evening to everyone. Can you see my screen?
No. Can you please stop sharing and share it once again?
Okay.
I think you have selected something different. Do you want me to share on your behalf?
Yeah, if you could do that, it would be helpful. Thank you.
I will do that. Yeah. Thank
you. Okay. Good evening, everyone. While these slides are getting ready, let me thank PMI and the organizers for having me here to make this presentation. And I might be the only person here without any real technical knowledge on your specialty. But actually, I heard about it only a couple of weeks back. And but I would like to take a caveat on my presentation, and I hope you would take it as a small break in between these intense technical sessions. And to tell you frankly, I was surprised when I was asked to be here. But then I thought it would be an opportunity to give more visibility to the work that the health professionals are doing in the times of this unprecedented pandemic. And while everyone is speaking about the Kerala model, I would just take this opportunity to share my experience while I was part of this mission Kasaragod, as people say it is, which is actually the work done by a hastily put together group of people who were expected to deliver outcomes or services to the patients with a lot of constraints at that time. Is it visible now?
Yes. Yeah, it is sharing now.
Yeah. Okay. So I have termed it the agility, the need of the hour in the field of medicine during the pandemic, and I'm sharing my experience with the mission. Next slide, please. So what is the relevance of agility in management of a public health crisis that we are going through now? As you know, there is lack of clarity on the requirements of prevention, control of spread of infection, a lack of clarity on protocols, as it is a new virus with no bundle book on its management. And we have changing requirements on a day-to-day basis because of the unknown nature of the pandemic and the way it could be managed. And we have to overcome the constraints and deal with the unknown, even in case of treatment protocols, having a lot of conflicting inputs on the treatment strategies, theories on the spread of infection, on the impact on the community, as well as transmission. So here, I think agility would be being agile in our thinking and agile in our execution. Next slide, please. So my story begins in April 2020, exactly 8 months to this day. That was April 5th. There was a nationwide lockdown due to the pandemic. And please remember that the things were not as it seems as it is today during this period, because at that time, we really did not have a clear-cut idea on the disease. Even now, I think we are not really into it. But we did not have many of the medicines that were available now, that is available now. And we actually did not have so many resources also. Now we are more prepared for the pandemic, and we are dealing with it in a reasonable way. And the fear factor was also very high at that time. And because of the lockdown, there were a lot of constraints. And in Kerala, actually, when compared to all the other countries, the Western world, and even the Middle East, we've had a rather safe period actually over the past few months. We have shown lesser mortality. We don't, though we have a good number of cases coming, which have come up over the past few months. We really haven't had a death rate comparable to even the other states in India. But what happened in April was that there was a rapid surge of COVID-19 cases in the northernmost district of Kerala, that is Kasaragod. Please remember that right now we have actually lost track of the number of the contacts that for each patient and all that. That time we were tracking all the individual cases and their contacts. And while Trivandrum and other districts in Kerala had numbers in 10s or 20s, Kasaragod, the numbers were above 100. And most of them were people who came from Middle East and with very few local spread. So to contain the infection and spread was the agenda. And there was a dynamic response from the government to contain the spread. And one of the condition in Kasaragod was that there are a lot of government hospitals, but to handle critically ill, they had to depend on other districts. And because it was border of Karnataka, many patients used to go there for treatment. But because of the lockdown, all these things stopped. And then the government hospitals were actually almost had almost reached saturation point, and they needed some place to deal with the patients. So with the help of the government, they did a situation analysis, and we had what was understood was that the Kasaragod Medical College, which was still under construction, would be turned into a COVID care facility. Next slide, please. So the mission was to develop a exclusive COVID care facility at the Kasaragod Government Medical College. And actually, the team members also came to know what our mission was only halfway through our journey. So then a medical team with a lot of specialists from general medicine, pulmonology, anesthesia, and other specialties was constituted on an emergency basis. And we were asked to go to Kasaragod. And the timeline given was to admit the first set of COVID positive patients and provide patient care within 24 hours of deployment. Next slide, please. So here you can see the Vogue Leader of the Year, as they described our health minister. She is flagging off our journey. We had to travel by road because there were no other transportation available because the trains were not functioning, and air travel was also risky. So we were flagged off in a KSRTC bus to travel from one end of Kerala to the other end, a full day journey. And actually, it took us more than 15 hours with a few breakdowns and other hitches. Next slide, please. So the constraints, there was a national lockdown, and actually it was a triple lockdown in Kasaragod, and people who ventured out during the triple lockdown risked being taken up by the police. And then we had lack of HR. When we were traveling, actually the list of doctors had to be constituted and reconstituted because a lot of people had reservations in venturing out and to deal with an unknown virus at that time. And also locally, because most of the doctors available in Kasaragod, the other health professionals, everyone, they were stretched to their limits. And anybody to support us was, expecting someone to support us was not really feasible at that time. Then the lack of facilities. We were expected to work in a partly constructed building, and we did not know whether we'll have enough protective equipment, and we did not know whether we'll have enough people to rally around and help us. Then there were lack of finances, and above all, the threat of infection for us, and whether we'll be, if we come back, we'll be bringing it back home. And keeping an energy level, working in this environment was a very hard factor, and we tried our best to overcome that. Next slide, please. Okay, this was the first view of the Kasaragod Medical College. If you look carefully, maybe you'll find partly constructed buildings outside. This is the academic and teaching, administrative and teaching block, which we were asked to turn into a COVID care facility. And this was on top of a hill, almost an hour's journey away from the place where we were put up. And we had to travel an hour to and an hour back from the institute whenever we were supposed to be on duty. And you can see that it is surrounded by barren land. And during the lockdown, there was hardly anybody there. Most of the, around almost 4 kilometers around, there was nobody there. And this is the place we were supposed to turn into a COVID care facility, because isolation was the norm that we had, we were supposed to keep. Next slide, please. So when we went inside, we could, on the left side, you can see a corridor. So this is, though it looks very beautiful in the light, there are actually classrooms and laboratories for the students who were supposed to come when the college started functioning. And with no real facility to be converted into a COVID care facility, that is, which requires isolation of the patients, who should also have proper, which should cater to their requirements like washrooms and wash areas and isolation and all that. So we were hard pressed to convert this long corridors and open areas into an isolation facility, which would require patients to be sectioned in one area, where and another area with a safe barrier where the doctors and nurses and other supporting staff could work without being infected at that time. So we made a master plan with the available infrastructure. So the idea was to have a working area, then a changing area to don the protective equipment, and then get into the wards, provide services, come back, and without getting into contact with anybody else, you have to come out through another area. Then remove all the protective equipment and then finish your work. And this needed a lot of structural modifications, which we didn't think would happen in the short span of time that we were allowed to start the facility. And one thing is that the workers, none of the shops were open. We couldn't buy anything. We couldn't demand the people to come and help us to make any structural modifications because there were lack of equipment, lack of materials and all that. And once they understood, the locals understood that the patients would be coming in, they refused to come. So there were some issues, but then there were a lot of other volunteers also. And when we asked around whether we could have barriers so that, there were no washrooms inside the proposed ward. So we needed to cordon off areas so that they'll have a channel. The patients would have a channel for safe passage from the ward to the washroom area. And also we can provide care to them without risking infection ourselves. So what we requested was a fabricated area, but the authorities could not provide support at that particular point of time because of lack of resources. So then we decided to do it our way. Next slide, please. So this is a part of our team who used to visit the facility and plan and check whether everything was going smoothly. You can see our team leader, Dr. Santosh, in the blue shirt. He's actually an emergency medicine specialist, and he used to work in the civil war areas as part of the medical team. So he knew how to handle this thing. Next slide, please. So as you can see, we decided to take things in control, and we have actually made these barriers with the extra cords that were provided in the campus. So actually, most of us had to chip in and pull and drag the cords into place, and these are put upright to provide us walls. And then we next slide, please. So in the next slide, you can see an aerial view of the corridors that you saw earlier, where the patients could, you can see that the patients could actually move around without coming to the area where the doctors and nurses and others were working. So we literally pulled and dragged every stuff into place and converted this facility. Next slide, please. This used to be our doffing area. Doffing is how you take off your protective equipment. So then we also had to contain the patients beyond the wall. So this is how we partitioned the wall. Next slide, please. So this is another view. Next slide. And this is a final look. As you can see, this is a rather large hall without much frills, just the cords, and we have just arranged the cords, and there is no washing facility inside, which we had to provide separately, and that is why we had to build all those barriers and all that. And at the end of the day, within around 6 or 7 hours, we managed to start the first ward. And in the next couple of days, we were able to open up another ward. We were also asked to start an ICU, but at that point of time, we did not have proper ventilators. Except oxygen cylinders, we did not have anything to start an ICU. So that was also a decision taken, in the right sense, because rather than bringing in all the serious patients and then struggling to look after them, we made a decision that we'll have mild to moderate illness, disease severity only, because if you look back on that picture, it is a very desolate place, and to transport any of these patients in case they need any critical care, it would have been very difficult. So we took in patients by end of the first day. By around 5 o'clock, we started work at 10 o'clock in the morning. I think around 5 o'clock or so, we started getting patients. And in the next couple of days, we started another ward. Next slide, please. So there were many hurdles as expected because it was a very desolate area, very remote area. There were power outages. Then we had to bring in generators. Security issues because most of the facilities did not have any locks, and it was a huge area, open area, and we had to ask for security people because the patients also, they could wander out, and the people taking duties were also at risk. Then there was sanitation and water supply issues because it was medical waste. Nobody had really considered all these things in the beginning, and then we had to ask for all these things to be put in place. Then transportation for because we were put up almost an hour away, and duties we had to be transported, and also food that also had to be brought in from faraway places because all the shops were closed. There were no hotels, and we were actually, the patients as well as the medical team was actually living on what was supplied by the community kitchen. And then the patients started getting mutinous because they were all isolated. They could not communicate with their family. And the most important thing was connectivity in that remote place. Then there was scarcity of charging points actually in that huge ward. And then we had to provide them with extension cords to charge their phones to keep them happy. So we kept, we kept reassessing the situation and coming up with small things to make, patients as well as ourselves safe and comfortable. And the final and probably not very happy thing is we were always hungry because when we finished our duty and went back, there was the food would be over, and we didn't have any shops to go around and buy food. But the local people, they chipped in and they tried to boost our morale by providing food from their homes with whatever little they had. So it was a really life-changing experience for all of us who participated in the mission. Next slide, please. So this is our team. After on the day we had a 2 weeks posting there, and we set up the hospital with 2 wards, and we had quite a few patients when we left, and we were able to actually discharge 5 patients on the day we left, because then by then the next team had come in from Kottayam, and we handed over the charge to them. And right now, as on now, the Kasaragod Medical College is functional. Staff has been appointed there, and I think the construction is also going at a rapid pace. So maybe we'll have students also being admitted there in the near future. Next slide, please. So the team actually constituted of 13 doctors with the team leader and specialists. We had 10 staff nurses, all young and energetic people. We had 4 assistants to support us, and we were also supported by the local health service department, the government of Kerala, who actually sent us on this mission and provided us with resources. The Kerala police, who actually supported us all the way, gave us food on the way. Then the transport, district level administration from the district collector to the medical officers. Then we had a lot of NGOs supporting our mission, and we also got a lot of local support. Next slide, please. So this is my team. So what I understood, I'll just focus on a few words that I picked up from the previous presentations, because all of this is new to me. And if you said we focus on outcome, a quick reconfiguring of strategy, flexible solutions, and iteration. These are a few words that I picked up from your previous presentations. And I think actually we completed the mission with all these in place. So I guess that our mission also fits into your theme of agility, and that too in the field of medicine. Thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you, Dr. Kamala, for your wonderful recap of the event. We at PMI Kerala truly value the contributions by the healthcare workers and your team. It was actually a fearless contribution, because when we saw that bus leaving Trivandrum, we felt like it was really a fearless move by some of these volunteers, and it is great to know what really happened behind the scenes and how it really unfolded. This community, I can see that they are truly appreciative of your efforts, and I can see so many good comments from them on your talk. It's like I can read them out one. I'm highly appreciative the efforts your team and has put in achieving the business agility, a real life example.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. One good thing is once this Kasaragod model became a success thing, we were really looking forward to that getting put across other districts, and that was a big success thing, because you were the first people who went there and did it, and we knew that this was the one which could be replicated across the district. So great effort on that spot, and definitely we could see that it resulted in a zero COVID case in May, which was truly appreciative.
Thank you.
So, yeah. So with that, we would like to let you know that we thank you, and as a token of our appreciation, we have for you a green certificate with the QR code to track 2 samplings planted in your name. This is the PMI initiative in collaboration with Sankalp Foundation, and I believe this is a great recognition for the fearless effort by the healthcare team in Kerala. Thank you for that. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
The world has been facing an unprecedented situation over the past few months. PMI Kerala chapter, by adopting an agile mindset, has shown great agility during this pandemic situation. Let us look at a video message from one of our leaders at PMI Kerala on how we transform PMI Kerala into a truly agile organization. Thank you, J. Kishore, for that brief introduction on the activities by PMIKERALA chapter during this pandemic. And it was actually a long way that we came from April, when we were clueless on what to do, to actually host a great event, Waves, and then even going up to the online-offline model that we are seeing in the school forums now. Next, I would like to invite Dilip to conduct the final and most interesting session of this event. Over to you, Dilip.
Thank you, Jay. So, yeah, so this is the final sprint of our fun and knowledge session, and hope we have all the leaders still here, hanging on. Before we break for the last session, we did not flash the leaderboard, and this is what it is. Hope you can see that now. Priyanka is still leading. Anuj, Ashish, Adi, and Danny are there on the board still as the leaders. So again, if you are new, slido.com, take a browser, open slido.com, and use the DACON as the ID, and then log into quiz. So we are starting now. We have a few people already there, a few people dropped, but we'll be continuing to the last sprint. Going to the next question. Okay, so we are very big fans of KFC, Pizza Hut, Taco Bell, etc. And you know who is actually the mother brand who is actually distributing or managing the brands across the world. Yep, most of them, 185 people answered, 45% of them says that it's Yum Brands Incorporated. Yes, that's right. So Yum was created in 1997 as a result of spin out of the former fast food division of PepsiCo. So Yum is the right answer. Let's quickly check the leaderboard. Not taking much time because I'm the one who is waiting, like breaking you or keeping you between dinner and now. So Priyanka is still leading. We have all the leaders still on the leaderboard, the first 5. Going to the next. So this particular company actually reported that a slave is there to give credit for their product, which is very famous throughout the world today. With going, 242 people responded, and 34% says that McDonald's. You might be thinking about the McDonald's Big Mac or the burgers which we are eating. No, it's not. Actually, it is Jack Daniels. So Jack Daniels recently came out saying that they're giving more fact on the old number 7 brand, the recipe. That came from a slave who worked for the Dan Cal, the man who taught Jack Daniel how to distill. So that is what it is. Okay, moving on. The leaderboard still shows Priyanka leading, Anuj in the second place, and Danny, Ashish, and Adi following. Next question. Which of the following is not true? The answers are long. Coca-Cola transferred its secret formula to the vault of and stored in the SunTrust Bank in Atlanta for 86 years. Is that true? Okay, it's not true. 12% says that it's not true. Nokia started its journey as a wood mill in Nokia. 22% says that it's not true. And Google hired a camel called Rafia, and that's also 32% says that's not true. And Amazon was initially called All You Need, but was changed soon for brevity. 35% is thinking that that's not true, and that is the right answer. Exactly. So Jeff Bezos were looking at through the dictionary, and he found that the word Amazon there. It seems to be fitting because it was the Earth's largest river, and he was building the world's largest bookstore. So that's where it is. Okay, just check the leaderboard. Any change? No, we are still having Priyanka, Anuj, Ashish, and Adi, and Danny there on the board. And we have a few people actually coming very close, but they are actually not making it to the first 5. Let's see. Going to the next question. This product is introduced in 1857, and this is the greatest necessity of the age. What it is. Okay, we have a few people answered, 240 people answered, and 47% says that, 256 people answered, and 47% says that it is the toilet paper. Yes, of course, it is the toilet paper. So toilet paper is the greatest necessity of the age, and it replaces a lot of alternatives. So that is what the answer is. Leaderboard says we still have Priyanka, Anuj, Danny, Ashish, and Adi leading. Okay. Next question. You all are familiar with the Dabbawalas, right? So Dabbawalas recently partnered with a retail company, online retail company for delivery of goods. Just that company. This is one of the straightforward answers. Most of you know that it was there on newspapers. Okay. 39% says that it is Flipkart. Yes, right. That is Flipkart. Okay. Let's check the leaderboard. No change there. We still have the same set of people leading the points table. Okay. Next question. Recently in a movie, a Tamil movie, Surarai Potru, in which the protagonist mentions about the struggles of Tata to start the airlines. But Tata actually started an airline, and after World War II, it became a public limited company. And the right answer is Air India. Air India is actually started as Tata Airline, and Tata himself flew its first single engine airline, carrying mail from Karachi to Mumbai, and then later continuing to Madras. Yes, Tata Airline became Air India, and now it is actually India's national airlines. 52% made it right. Let's check the leaderboard. That's Priyanka still leading there, and all the people who are there on the first 5 is still there. Okay, moving on to the next question. This company is launched in 45, but they were mostly known as manufacturer of vegetable and refined oil. The name were Krishnan, Sunflower, Camel, etc. Looks like most of you are actually very familiar with all these questions now. So 48% of you made it right. Yes, Wipro is the company. They actually started as a vegetable and refined oil business company, and now they are known as the IT giant of India, and they still have the refined oil business, I think. Other divisions they have. Let's check the leaderboard. I'm not expecting any changes there. No, there are no changes. Yes, Adi is actually out of the list, and Avnish actually joined the first 5. Great going. So we have still fighting time. Next question. So you know how much time we took for finding the vaccine for COVID-19. It's not even a year. We have 3 viable vaccine candidates. But do you know which was the swiftest vaccine development happened before COVID-19? Polio. 36% says that it's polio, and 30% says that it's chickenpox. The actual answer is mumps. So it took almost 4 years, and that is what the second fastest after COVID vaccine. Okay. And let's see That was a tough question, I believe. So let's see whether there's a change in the leaderboard. Yep, Avnish is actually going up for the position now. Good going, Avnish. And Priyanka is still leading. Anuj and Dani following. Ashish towards the bottom of the list in the fifth position. And the next question comes up. Recently India banned a few apps which is related to China. And this particular app is actually managed by South Korean company called Blue Hole Studio. You know which one it is? Okay. 276 people answered and 53 people think that is TikTok. Actually, that's not TikTok. It is the famous PUBG. It is Player Unknown's Battleground, otherwise known as PUBG. Our kids call it as PUBG. And that's the one banned in India from South Korean company Blue Hole Studio. Let's check the leaderboard. Okay. Nothing much changed there. The same set of people leading the points. And here comes the last question. Let's see. Okay. This is the last question. I think voting was not started. There was some problem with the app. There saw a lot of issues with this app. What is syntax? Syntax. Most of the countries, this tax is called as syntax only. We have 285 people, 88 people answered for the last question. And 46 people made it right. As syntax is a tax levied on certain goods which are considered bad for the people. So basically, this is called a syntax because these taxes are paid for the damage the society caused by these goods. So that's a syntax. And let's see the final winners. We have we have Priyanka won the quiz and 25 questions out of 30. She made it right. And Anuj also 25 out of 30, but Priyanka made it in 4 minutes 18 seconds, opposed to 5:56 from Anuj. And Dani, Avnish, and Ashish actually finished 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And interestingly, one of the toughest question, the hardest question was about the backrub. What was initially called backrub? Google was the answer. Nobody expected that. That's pretty much from me for today. See you again next time in any other conference. Thank you very much. Over to you, Jay.
Thank you so much, Dilip, for a very entertaining session quiz. That was fantastic. We have now come to the end of today's sessions. Thank you all for attending day 1 of the PMI South Asia DA conference. The new link for day 2 is being posted in the chat window. You will receive mailers with the new link. Please ignore the previous link. There were a few issues with that. Look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow for another engaging day of learning. I now request Mr. Harikutan Kochuganya, VP Operations, PMI Chapter, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Rashmi. Dear leaders, friends, good afternoon and good evening. I know it's too late, and at the outset, I would like to apologize for the technical issues that we had today. However, our volunteers are awesome, and they are extremely dedicated in solving the issue and carry on with the show in fashion. So it is with great sense of pride and privilege that I present my closing remarks for day 1 of PMI South Asia Disciplined Agile Conference 2020. It has been a very engaging and delightful session, even though we had some problem.
and many of the participants were not able to join due to WebEx challenges. But we surpassed the complexity by having at least an alternative system. I need not stress the importance and relevance of disciplined agile in this volatile and ambiguous era that we seem to be stepping into. And today, we were fortunate to have heard some of the best industry leaders in their on their thoughts and experience on business agility and disciplined agile. I, on behalf of PMI South Asia chapters, would like to take this opportunity to thank each of the distinguished speakers here today for taking out their time from their very busy schedule and enlightening us with their extensive knowledge. The sessions were both informative and motivating, and I'm sure all of us have a bunch of takeaway from today's session. I know I do, and thank you for that insight. So this conference is unique in many ways, maybe the very first event co-hosted by PMIKERALA chapter and PMIPCC in association with other South Asia chapters. And we were having over 3,400 registrations from across 58 countries in just 2 weeks. Leaving our technical glitches, I think that this is like one of the event ever we hosted. So thank you all volunteers team for this wonderful conference. Special mention to Komal Mathur sharing the conference directorship with me, and to the core team comprising of Akhila, Gauri Shankar, Venkat, Tekishore, Dilip, Hariprasad, our awesome host, Rashmi and Krishnan, Sankita, Cynthia, Rashmi, and many other in the list. A great agile mindset, great team effort and collaboration, very well planned and executed event. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to the conference team comprising of our PMI India team, Jacob, Priya, Roger, and Suvarna, South Asia region chapter leaders, R11 common calendar team who worked relentlessly to put together this fantastic event. Thank you guys. We couldn't have done this without you. Again, a well-planned, executed event. At last but not least, a very big thank you to the remarkable and engaging participants. Your active participation is the keystone to the success of this conference, and we look forward to have the same enthusiasm in day 2 as well. So it's time to break for the day, and I would like to do so with a quote. The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. So let's make the choice and get back tomorrow for day 2 of PMI South Asia Disciplined Agile Conference 2020. Again, it was a really, truly awesome volunteership that made this great day, even after a lot of technical glitches. Hasta la vista. We'll meet you tomorrow. Thank you.